Lord, we serve what they locate. Bring all the ministers before you, each and every one of them. Take them in charge if thou be so pleased, my God and my King. The case is in your hand. You alone could create, you alone could destroy. You could make every crooked path straight. Remember your children, this our blessed Lord. Father, the youths I bring before you. Pass by each and every one of them. Father, talk to them, this our Lord, in dreams and vision. Talk to them as you want them to be, this our blessed Lord. Have mercy, this our blessed Lord. Remember all those what lost a loved one. I bring them before you this morning, blessed Lord. Father God, remember the entire force I bring before you this hour, Lord. Pass by our police station. Reach out and touch each and every one. The SSU I bring before you. Remember the camp. Pass by each and every camp this hour, Lord. Have mercy this hour, blessed Lord, on each and every one of them. Leave them not alone, but still support and comfort them. Father, the purpose arriving faster and full in each and every hour, and the bud may have a bitter taste, but to the ending of it, sweet shall be the flowers. Remember workers here and everywhere. I bring them before you this hour, blessed Lord. The boat on the ocean I bring before you. Remember the Coast Guard this hour, Lord. Remember the fishermen. I bring them before you, Lord. Each and every boat owner on the sea this hour, Lord. Remember the plane in the air this hour, Master. Oh God and our Father, this hour, Lord. Remember all your children. We are your sheep in the past year. You know each and every one of us by our different voices. My God, have mercy on our children and our children this hour, Lord. Father God, remember every little village, every parish, every creek and every canal. I bring that son before you this hour, Lord, and I lift him up to you this hour, Master. Father, you and you alone, you knows everything about him this hour, Lord. Father, he whom he left behind, each and every one of them in that home, guide them and protect them, Lord. The bread basket is in your hand. Please, Jesus, only allow it to be empty, my God and my King. Take him in charge if thou be so pleased. Mr. Andrew, I bring before you, Lord. Remember that son. Thanking you for everything for him this hour, Lord. Pass by the home you lend unto him. Keep it safe night and day. Remember the offspring of his body. I bring them before you, Lord. We serve what they look at, all those what they dwelling with. Bless them if thou be so pleased, Jesus. My God and my King, his staff I bring before you. Each and every one of them, male and female. Bind them together like one bone elastic that cannot be broken. Remember them this morning, blessed Lord. Pass by the hospital if thou be so pleased. The sick and afflicted one, those on the hospital bed, pain rackle him out and body. When it's day, they cry for night. And when it's night, they cry for day. But oh God and our King, those on preparing themselves for the operation table, remember them this hour, blessed Lord. Remember those in childbirth. I ask you for safe deliverance for each and every one. My God and my King, the bosses, the driver, the conductor, the passenger. For all driver here and everywhere, I bring them before you in no other name, but only in your name. You tell the disciple to say, our Father which art in heaven, holy be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us the days our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen and amen. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you very much.
Okay, pleasant day.
You too.
All right.
All right, bye.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
Morning again, folks. Maxwell Belfont, good morning, brother. Patricia James, good morning to you. Kathleen Knights. Who's that? Pearl Lewis? Miss Alexander, how you doing? Got some folks inside of Brooklyn, New York, always locking it down. Adrian Watson, the whole squad.
With everybody's
spread the word, share the link this morning. Let's get everybody in on this. Mr. Lennox Andrews, good morning.
Telling what they'll do.
Tamika Moses, good morning.
You gotta be careful.
Baby daddy, I see you. Teresa Joseph. Tantan Sanderson. Hope I got your name right. People listening via 91.9 and 91.5.
When you talk,
Have yourself a blessed day.
you gotta be
If
careful.
you're listening via the TuneIn app, I love you.
You gotta
And
be
if you're listening via the website, I give you a like. I give you a thumbs up. 14 minutes past 7 o'clock. Can't forget Bisca inside of London, England, always locking it down.
I say we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear.
Can't forget Caroline and family.
Greed,
Christopher Duncan, Greens boss, bless up, brother.
man, you have to move with care.
Got some folks inside a lot dig locking it down this morning. Have yourselves a blessed day
To be careful,
and a safe weekend.
you gotta be careful.
Can't forget Errol Walker.
How you
Can't forget Noise Radio inside of Brooklyn, New York. People listening to me via Noise Radio, have yourselves a blessed morning. Turn it up loud.
careful.
Wendy and good morning.
You gotta be careful.
Morning, morning, morning. Hope I ain't forget nobody this morning here.
Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go,
Can't live out Ray Mitchell. Inside of Happy Hill. What's up, brother?
when you talk.
Come shake up, shake up, shake up. Let's get everybody in on this morning. We got a good show in stores for you.
In your search for happiness, you gotta leave a little room for loneliness.
Rhonda Hoss, good morning.
All of a sudden, before you realize, it's only a disguise.
Just a reminder for you at Velma's Restaurant and Bar. For breakfast, she has fried plantain, fried breadfruit. I guess, well, it just says fish, salt fish, chicken, local herbal tea, and coconut bakes. That's for breakfast. And for lunch, she has stewed black eyed peas, herb rice, grung provision, sliced fish, chicken, green salad, macaroni pie, and local juice for lunch. And for dinner, burgers and fries, my favorite. 60 minutes past, we're moving. Remember at 7:20, I got the weather coming up and then we banging. So Francis, good morning to you. Joanne, good morning to you as well. Marks Williams, what's up, brother? Yeah. Spread the word, share the link.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtees, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
The NLA is giving you more chances to multiply your Playway winnings by adding Multi-X to your regular Playway bets to win up to 5 times more. Imagine winning as much as $1,200 instead of $240 with a $10 Playway bet by simply adding Multi-X. Place your Playway bets from $1 to $10 or in increments on your favorite Playway symbols or numbers. Then add the Multi-X option at the same value to win 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more, or free plays. With Multi-X, you must bet the same amount wagered on your regular Playway bets for your winnings to be multiplied. Grenadians, value your dreams and win your way as much as 5 times more. With Multi-X added to Playway and watch your money grow. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Go right ahead.
Morning to you, morning to the nation. I read from the Word of God, Psalm 136. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endures forever. Oh, give thanks unto God of gods, for his mercy endures forever. Oh, give thanks to the Lord our lords, for his mercy endures forever. To him who alone does great wonders, for his mercy endures forever. To him that by wisdom made the heavens, for the mercy endures forever. To him that stretches out the earth above the waters, for his mercy endures forever. This is the end of the scripture reading.
All right, thank you very much.
And you have a wonderful day and a lovely weekend.
You too.
All right, bye.
All right, bye.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Morning again, folks. As we head over to the Met office, we're speaking with Mr. Jason Robertson this morning. Good morning.
Morning to you, Greg.
Morning.
And good morning to our listeners of Real FM. Let's take a look at the weather for today, Friday, the 9th day of June 2023. At Point Selling, it is fair. A gentle breeze is from the east-northeast at 10 miles per hour. The barometric pressure is 1015.7 millibars, which is above normal and rising. The present temperature 27.8 degrees Celsius, relative humidity 89%. Yesterday's maximum temperature was 31.3 degrees Celsius and the minimum last night 26.9 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, we had a trace of rainfall at the airport. The total for the month remains at 23.7 millimeters. Now for the public forecast for Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique Valley for today and tonight. The weather is expected to be partly cloudy, slight hazy and windy, with few brief light to moderate showers, mainly during the morning and night. Today's maximum temperature should reach 31 degrees Celsius. The wind should be east-northeasterly to east-southeasterly at 15 to 25 miles per hour, gusting higher at times. The seas should be moderate, with waves up to 5 feet in open waters. The tide is currently rising. Will be high at 8:15 a.m. and low at 2:15 p.m. Sunset today 6:31, sunrise tomorrow 5:40. To repeat the forecast, the weather is expected to be partly cloudy, slight hazy and windy, with few brief light to moderate showers, mainly during the morning and night. From the Maurice Bishop International Airport, Jason Robertson reporting. Hello?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Casting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantimel in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantimel in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
They tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. One-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash their lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and down on their knees. And I'm begging, now we and I did one week. From the side to the country, streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. This is my humble petition. Another date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. Corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image before Griffith cause more damage like a dog with fleas and down on their knees. They try to stick me with Rashmi. They are more trick than Houdini. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. That's why I'm singing. Please, Mrs. Pamela, take Munila and Sharma. Go now, please. Total villains raking millions. Their slogan, we shall rise, it was so true. Tell John Public not to panic while them and they sidekick. Swimming in a pool of dollars so blue. Like meat-eating vulture, they neglect agriculture. Mega fans so phony. Mama Guy Caroni. Sweet man Glenn and Sharma. Came face to face with the karma. And it was awful, gone through it too far. Don't need a big mouth to tell them go. Watch your and see they just follow now. Before we regret tomorrow, please. You're setting a bad example. Family values example.
Good morning again, folks. Igwe.
Morning, Igwe.
Morning.
And morning to all the fans of Real FM, all the friends of Real FM. Morning to the haters of Real FM also. Matthew 7:12, Igwe. In everything, do to others what you would have them do unto you. That passage was taken from when the word became flesh and dwelt among men, and was on the mount. He summoned on the mount. Because we hear all kind of things about prayer warriors and so on. So I want them to understand everything. Do unto others what you would have them to do unto you. This is a rule of the conduct, the summary of the Christian duty to his neighbor, and states a fundamental ethical principle. So you can claiming to be Christ-like, a Christian, but watching nonsense going on and you're still claiming to be a prayer warrior, praying for the nonsense. Because you do unto others, I would have them to do unto you, in everything. So Grenada still remain my constituency, really from my parliament. I'm the people's spokesperson. I'm protected and blessed by the ancient of these real expressions, Igwe, for Friday night, June 2023. The extension. On the extension, we speak on anything. We speak on politics, religion, sports, anything. Anything goes on it, Igwe. We have a nice show line up today, Igwe. We'll play a couple clips highlighting a lot of inconsistencies in the present administration. Based on the program last Wednesday, a lot of persons who listen on radio met me and said, Master Carl, you need to go over some of the issues you dealt with. So we'll go over some of the issues, beneficial owner, because it was interested as relates to the CBI. Then the whole scrutiny factor. Then lies being told. And then quid pro quo, giving something to get something. But before we give you that Igwe, before we give them that Igwe, we have something we need to address all up. So there are a couple clips we go play and we go talk and try to draw a parallel and find out what is really going on. The first clip would be from the leader of government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter of shortage of medication at our health facilities has been something that has been plaguing us for some time. Not just now. It seemed to be a recurring decimal. I did speak to the Minister for Health in relation to this particular subject matter, and he informed me, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Finance are struggling to come to terms with bills far back as 2021 and 2022. This, Mr. Speaker, is a huge problem because medical drugs, as the MP for St. Mark would know as a practitioner herself, is very expensive to produce. And it is a costly commodity for the state. But when you're owing millions of dollars to the suppliers of drugs for your country, when you send payment to them and have to apply to invoices that is running close to 2 years old, you can understand when you try to procure new drugs, and you place an order, you do not get what you expect. And so we are coping with this right now. The millions of dollars that is due for drugs as far back as 2021. This is a problem. I am informed that the list of drugs that is missing is not that long list that I think I'm seeing from where I sit, but I was informed that it is about 6 drugs. And some of them, the ministry attempted to purchase from local drugstores here in Grenada. So you see the predicament, Mr. Speaker. And if we are purchasing from the local drugstores, it simply means that they will quickly run out of drugs themselves, and that the supply that they would get will be inadequate to deal with our needs. It is a problem, Mr. Speaker, that we've inherited. I know health has always been a matter of concern for all governments. We, Mr. Speaker, as a caring government, is doing the best that we can in the circumstances, trying to cope with these long outstanding bills. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just a matter of payment. It's not just a matter of payment. It's a matter of analyzing all of these bills that is close to 2 years old and determining whether or not they are worthy of payment and settlement. So there is some confusion, Mr. Speaker, that has to be settled regarding this bill. So we expect in due course, as we continue, to unravel the situation, that we'll get to a stage where we come close as possible to current. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Igwe.
Igwe. That was the leader of government business, Mr. Philip Telesford, to a question posed by the representative from St. Mark, Honorable Clarice Modest. And you heard the leader of government business stated there that they were struggling to come to terms with the payment. And it's something plaguing us for some time. That is his words. And you see, as far back as 2021 and 2022, but like 2022 was last year, and 2021 was just a year before. But what is baffling Igwe? This present administration, the leader of government business, sat in Parliament and listened the Honorable Prime Minister in his presentation of the budget, the best budget as they call it. And we could recall after the Prime Minister presented and the leader of His Majesty's opposition replied, the leader of government business said, the opposition leader come and bat one down and he didn't do a good job. But here, because we see we have to take the thing from its foundation, and not about noise and bluster and hype. It's simply the facts. It's simply the evidence, because, Igwe, evidence is the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid. So we have to take the evidence to see if what Mr. Tellers was saying, is it true or valid? So here goes. In that budget presentation, it was made known, it was promulgated by the presenter of the budget that healthcare and health would be on the front burner in this administration trust for 2023. But it's like the help the on the front burner, but they don't light the burner. The stove don't light it. And we go play 2 other clips just now to show you the inconsistencies of 3 persons sitting in the same place and speaking on the same issue. So, well, they don't like it. And this, as he indicated, is not a new situation, because when the new National Party assumed governance in 2023, the same medicine and so on supplies, the NNP met it at $7 million. And I want them to contradict me on that, you know. What was the bill when NNP came into office in 2013, Igwe? It was 7 billion, 3 times the amount what they speaking now. And we must go to the foundation, Igwe, to speak on that issue and to draw a parallel and to compare and to contrast and see who is taking us for the beast with the long ears. Because, listen this, and facts here, you know, deep sea diving, and I just want them to call and contradict and say that is not so. NNP met it at $7-point-something million. Facts. NNP met over $100 million unpaid claim in the Treasury. Facts. The National Democratic Congress speak of $2 million, Igwe. But they also speak of meeting the Treasury pregnant in gestation. But here what happened after you meet the Treasury pregnant, Igwe. You pay teachers $1-point-something million what they didn't work for, because the court upheld that they didn't work, they shouldn't be paid. You create a whole ministry of mischief and planting flowers, MIT. You even went to Parliament and asked for monies to set up that ministry. You pay yourself, before you start to work, the ministers $2,000 per month. Because we join a parallel here, you know. If health is the priority, and you is speaking of you have to check the bills and the relevance, so what he's saying is like he don't sure they should pay it. That is what he's saying. But if health care is a priority, you parade in our new teaching hospital and all other things, but to pay for medication, and Mr. Telesford is more than 6. Don't mislead the nation. It's more than 6. The list of drugs is more than 6. Don't try to mislead the nation. You know for a fact it's more than 6. But here you find, Igwe, all these monies had been paid, but the priority, which is health, left unpaid. Is this a caring government? Is this a government for the people as they claim? And that is the empirical evidence. That is the evidence or the body of facts and information indicating what they're saying is not true and not valid. We have another clip you're going to play by the present Minister of Finance. Play that clip.
Mr. Cornwall, we could finally
well, you have to compliment to GBN
the issue of the non-payments for the drugs that are needed at the hospital, that will be taken care of in the soonest from your Ministry.
The payment has to be made to the company who supply the drugs. If not, we'll not be able to at least fulfill our mandate to the people. But again, what I'm trying to make the point is that do not throw a blame on NDC and say the NDC government has not met its obligation. We continue to make sure that we pay everyone that deserves payment in the system. Our debt, our contribution to organizations, and those things.
So here you have my representative, Mr. Cornwall, saying it will be addressed soonest. Soonest means future. Future.
Madam President.
So Mr. Cornwall saying don't give NDC the blame, but you is the government. So the buck stop with you. You, Mr. Cornwall, and the government is accountable. Because all you took the oath before God and man to serve the people. So coming and making excuse at this stage when you already convinced the people to give you a chance, and they did, calling NNP name in this thing don't making sense. NNP deserve a public apology. If you have the horse, you have to learn to ride the horse, Igwe. You can't walk on the side of the horse and say you're a jockey because you presented yourself. So, one said we got to check it to see if you worthy to pay, and all kind of shenanigans about thing like it's a new thing. But Mr. Telesford, when NDC left office in 2013, that same thing was $7 million. If you don't know, I'm telling you. If you did in other financial institution or trying to think chicken farm, I'm telling you now. But what is vulgar is the next clip, you know. Play the next clip, Igwe.
Madam President, pharmaceutical companies, they boost and they drive the global economy. In 2022 alone, the global pharmaceutical industry, it was a $1.48 trillion industry. Huge, massive amount of money. They also drive the medical process as it relates to research and development and, in some regards, bettering the quality of life for all peoples across the entire globe. With that being said, upon assuming office in 2022 last year, we recognized that there was a backlog of invoices that we had as it relates to honoring our commitment to OECS PPS, that's our regional pharmaceutical procurement process. And as a result of that, we moved speedily to ensure that these backlog of invoices were taken care of in a timely manner. I would like to report to the nation that to date, we do not have any of these invoices that we are owing to. And as a result of that, the procurement of the pharmaceutical process moving forward should be much smoother. Yeah. Over the past 11 months, we have done our best to ensure that we cleared our bill with OECS PPS so that we can have access to the pharmaceuticals that we so desire here at our main tertiary medical institution on island, and also some of our subsidiary institutions as well. You must understand also, Madam President, that whenever you have a backlog of invoices, especially with these kind of regional bodies, they don't honor your requests for pharmaceuticals, regardless of how dire your situation is. As a result of that, my team and I, we moved speedily to ensure that we engaged pharmaceutical distributors here on island, as well as pharmacies, to ensure that in the event we have another incident like that happening, our local pharmacies and wholesale distributors can assist us in ensuring that the gap is filled with the pharmaceuticals that we need until. Yes. So at this particular point in time, we did receive a stock of pharmaceuticals last week, I believe, and we have since distributed that to our general hospital and also subsidiary institutions. And we trust that things are going to be much smoother moving forward.
Igwe, a lie is a false statement made with deliberate intent to deceive, an intentional untruth.
And he's supposed to be a
So listen. Listen this. The Minister of Health telling us 11 months ago, they treat with. They deal with it speedily as they come in. He give you all this nice thing out of $1 trillion thing and if we recognize, and he say it was speedily. So here comes the conundrum, here comes the problem, you know, Igwe. The leader of government business say, 2 weeks ago, we're looking at the invoices to see if they worthy of payment. Igwe? The Minister of Finance, my parliamentary representative say, we go pay it soonest. That's futuristic. But the Minister of Health come and say we address it already, you know, 11 months ago. He say 11 months ago.
When he's a pastor.
So does the truth abide it in the Minister of Health? Because it don't adding up. Is it a fact that 3 big borat can live in one hole? Because the leader of government business say, we have to look at the invoice to see if he worthy of payment. The Minister of Finance, my parliamentary representative, one of the on the CBI website as a CBI agent, say we go address it soonest. Soonest is futuristic. That means it don't happen yet. And the Minister of Health saying, we address it speedily. Play that clip again for people to hear what the Minister of Health said. Hold on. Before you play it, the leader of government business say we have to check the invoices to see if we worthy of payment. The man holding the purse in England, they call him the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The Finance Minister say, watch, we go address these things soonest. Futuristic. But the Minister of Health come in and say something they don't know something. Even on a matter of that, they don't cohesive. So, is it a statement made with deliberate intent to deceive people? Play what the Minister of Health said.
Madam President, pharmaceutical companies, they boost and they drive the global economy. In 2022 alone, the global pharmaceutical industry, it was a $1.48 trillion industry. Huge, massive amount of money. They also drive the medical process as it relates to research and development and, in some regards, bettering the quality of life for all peoples across the entire globe. With that being said, upon assuming office in 2022 last year, we recognized that there was a backlog of invoices that we had as it relates to honoring our commitment to OECS PPS, that's our regional pharmaceutical procurement process. And as a result of that, we moved speedily to ensure that these backlogs of invoices were taken care of in a timely manner. I would like to report to the nation that to date, we do not have any of these invoices that we are owing to. And as a result of that, the procurement of the pharmaceutical process moving forward should be much smoother. Yeah. Over the past 11 months, we have done our best to ensure that we cleared our bill with OECS PPS so that we can have access to the pharmaceuticals that we so desire here at our main tertiary medical institution on island, and also some of our subsidiary institutions as well. You must understand also, Madam President, that whenever you have a backlog of invoices, especially with these kind of regional bodies, they don't honor your requests for pharmaceuticals, regardless of how dire your situation is. As a result of that, my team and I, we moved speedily to ensure that we engaged pharmaceutical distributors here on island, as well as pharmacies, to ensure that in the event we have another incident like that happening, our local pharmacies and wholesale distributors can assist us in ensuring that the gap is filled with the pharmaceuticals that we need until. Yes. So at this particular point in time, we did receive a stock of pharmaceuticals last week, I believe, and we have since distributed that to our general hospital and also subsidiary institutions. And we trust that things are going to be much smoother moving forward.
I feel you don't know.
Let me tell you something. Mr. Lacret, sense make before book. You say all you address it before. That's why I say 11 months ago. They speedily, and he start to say I and then he forget and he say we. That problem already. He start to say I and then we. But Mr. Lacret, sense make before book. If we are to believe what you say and the invoices had been on the honor the request, how come there was a shortage of medication? If you honor the invoices, that means you pay. Mm-hmm. So if what you saying is true, Mr. Lacret, tell us why there was a shortage in medication. Because up to now, neither he, Mr. Lacret, the Minister of Health, neither the leader of government business, although he lie and say he's only 6, and Mr. Cornwall, none of them do denying there was a shortage of medication, 1, and some money was owed, 2. But where it comes murky, 1 say we got to scrutinize to find out if he was paying. The next one say we go address it soonest. And the third one say he paid long. That happened 11 months ago, we engaged it. So even on an inconsequential matter, why lie? Why not say the real thing? Do like Sister Claudette and just be straight.
Yeah, let's be straight.
You don't have no difficulty, just let's be straight. Watch. Let me tell you something. The Minister of Health, the truth abideth not in you. Because you see, I want people to understand, I want the nation to understand him. So, Igwe, I'll go through this thing. We go take a break because we're on the 8 o'clock hour now. Mm-hmm. When we come back, we go play the 3 clips again for people to understand. Yeah.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street, Certez in the Kweze. Dr. Guerra, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. We now have a portable EKG machine that gives you accurate readings by using just 2 fingers. And that's not all. If you're suffering from any respiratory conditions such as asthma, bronchitis, COPD, or seasonal allergies, we have a nebulizer machine that can safely treat these. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal of uterine fibroids, vaginal warts, hernias, and C-sections. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic DNC, abnormal bleeding. Eye testing is also available at the clinic by appointment only with Dr. Mabel Veritas Lugo. They are in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Walk-ins are accepted. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352 or our landline at 444-4272. That number's again 423-3352 or 444-4272. Put your health first.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
The NLA is giving you more chances to multiply your Playway winnings by adding Multi-X to your regular Playway bets to win up to 5 times more. Imagine winning as much as $1,200 instead of $240 with a $10 Playway bet by simply adding Multi-X. Place your Playway bets from $1 to $10 or in increments on your favorite Playway symbols or numbers. Then add the Multi-X option at the same value to win 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more, or free plays. With Multi-X, you must bet the same amount wagered on your regular Playway bets for your winnings to be multiplied. Grenadians, value your dreams and win your way as much as 5 times more with Multi-X added to Playway and watch your money grow. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
They tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. One-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false papers crew. I only got close to tell them go. Pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They like a natural disaster.
And we're back.
We back.
Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, good morning, and it's always good to be on the extension this morning with you all.
We been dealing with the issue as it relates to the medicine and the response by different persons within the government, Mr. Pierre.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
our first caller for this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Master Carl.
Yee.
Good morning, Igwe and Mr. Pierre. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Master Carl, I sat there and I'm trying to analyze the different clips that was played. And what come to mind? The drugs that were used, and it is in excess of millions of dollars to be paid for. Because based on what I understand, what the Honorable Clarice Motor said is like a pay and take. I would just like Mr. Lacret, Mr. Telesford, Lyford, Mr. Cornwall, Lywall, to tell us who the drugs has been administered to. Who benefited from the drugs? Is it the Grenadian people? Is it the Grenadian people that benefited from the drugs? The drugs that they find it difficult to pay for? I don't believe that, you know. It's as simple as that, Massacre. The drugs were taken, were credited for the use of the Grenadian people. It have to be paid for by the government of Grenada. We know the government is for the people, it is by the people. So are you telling me that the government received drugs for its people and now it's contemplating whether or not they should pay for that drugs?
Transformation.
No. And they're bold and plucky enough to say that they are taking drugs from the pharmacies, the private pharmacies. Now, when they go and they take drugs from the private pharmacies to facilitate the government pharmacies and health clinics, what would happen to me and other persons who actually don't depend on the government pharmacies to get our drugs? We go into the private pharmacies to buy our drugs, the same drugs. You know, we don't go in. Some of us, we leave it for the, as we said, the less fortunate people to get it from the government.
Some of us poor, but we proud.
Exactly. So when they take the drugs from the pharmacy, what they leave for me and others who are custom going in and buy our drugs? What they leave for the people who are going in to buy the drugs? And I mean, you have the guts and the belly to come and talk this nonsense to the Grenadian people?
It is sad.
I want them to answer the question. The drugs that they're complaining to pay about, who the drug was administered to, who benefited from the drugs. These people sick. These people sick, and I believe they need the drugs for themselves.
All right, caller.
Thank you, Master Carl.
But I have an advice for Mr. Lacret. Give me this.
I don't need more close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So maybe I repeating go. They're like a naturally.
Watch, Igwe. This Minister of Health falls within the category of Mr. Pay, and we spoke about it. Arrogance 1, inexperience 2, and lack of institutional knowledge. Because if he had institutional knowledge, he'd have recognized that the OECS have an arrangement to buy the medication in bulk, Mr. P, and get it cheaper. That's why the OECS come together. But if you hear when he's speaking, he start to say I. And then he realize, no, boy, I was some stupid, so let me say we. Lack of institutional knowledge right there, Mr. P. Because if he understood the OECS had an arrangement to buy in bulk and get it cheaper, he don't talking that utter nonsense and it's lies. He's like, you know, Shadow Singers and Columbus lie. He say he discover America, but he had to run from Apache. Lies. Let's say the colleague.
Good morning.
Good morning to the panel.
Good morning.
When 2013, when Dr. Mitchell come, he meet a bill, and now as a bill. Well, all bill he meet there to start the country. He pay up all he bill to start the country. And this is what the people and them have to do. To start the country, pay up the bill, and they could take it from there. They don't start, they don't end, they don't continue. And they say what they meet there. When Dr. Mitchell meet in, I never see Dr. Mitchell go on the platform and say meet a bill of XY dollar. Dr. Mitchell don't comment, he don't tell the nation that what how much money they owe. Now what's a bill? Somebody tell me now what's a 5,000 how much dollars? Now what's a bill? Dr. Mitchell pay it out. He don't comment. So what is the bill? To save people's lives. What is the bill so bad we can pay it to get medication to save the same people and them and put you in power? You see anything in that? Only old lie alone from morning to night is old lie. Unless the people like them do have mercy on the merciless, you know. I don't know how people could tell it. And some people, before you open your mouth, what? I don't know me, you know. Before you open your mouth, they're busy ready to back you, you know. Them doesn't know me, you know. Before you open your mouth, they're ready to back you. But they don't know who they're backing behind, you know. Because they see the thing bad, you know, and they're still commenting and saying, when they meet it, we meet it there. Oh yeah, we meet it there. After that, they say they come into better eat. If they meet it there, they come to better eat and continue, not what you meet there. Better eat. If you don't meet there and you see you don't meet there, put it and let the people praise you. Don't come and make it bad to us and say you meet it there or you meet so he was so and he... No, don't take that Dutch stack and them big people. They come in like Spanish people with you. Like you can understand Spanish, so they come in, they take in English and make it in Spanish. We have to stop this thing on them. And I don't know how people could take themselves and dirty their finger for this kind of people and them. Them things are them sometimes when you hear pick up my phone. Trust me, you know. I just waiting to see the police come to me, you know. Because
Yeah, you have to cool down.
I just get well vexed.
Yeah, but you have to cool down.
And come and work the people. Is the people put you there? Who you working for? Yourself? Man, let's stop this foolish thing and them and do what you have to do as a minister and let people. If you do good, people talk about you. You do bad, people will talk about you. So do the good thing and don't the joke. Blessed day.
Yes, thank you.
All right, okay.
Before you go anyway, I have one on call on the WhatsApp. Hello.
Hello. Good morning to all the guys in the house.
Morning.
Thank you.
Yeah. Master Carl.
Yay.
And others in the house. The Minister of Health, either you have to resign immediately or the Prime Minister have to call and shuffle his cabinet. And he have to do that not in weeks, in a few days, he have to do that.
Soonies.
Because the Minister of Health, what he's saying to us here in the diaspora, that all bills had been paid. Listen to the Minister of Health. Why the Minister of Finance is saying something else. But the Minister of Health is saying everything has been paid. When they get into office 11 months ago, as soon as they get in office, they was looking at those things. Listen to the Minister of Health. So who is lying to the Grenadian people? We want to know who is lying. The Minister of Health cannot get a free pass. He is the last one that spoke. I said everything is paid. And the jobs is in Grenada already. Because they started to distribute the jobs already. But still people are dying. Because I listened to Sheldon last night and he get a call from someone who left the countryside. They rush to get the jobs because they get a call. They don't have no jobs in the hospital. Especially the type of jobs the patient had needed. And that patient died. So, guys, we can't take the eye off the ball. Something has to happen. Somebody got to go. I don't know who has to go, but the country cannot run like that. Have a good day, guys.
Bless.
Yes, Mr. Piazzi was saying.
Yeah, one of the challenges we have, and we have to face that reality. We have a group of neophytes. We selected them. They are neophytes. In addition to that, they lack institutional knowledge. They're arrogant and vengeful. They choose to set up a ministry for political mischief and the entrenching of restorative policies. The president of the Teachers Union is impatient that government is not going after the head of public officers. And he's speaking about senior public officers. So you have a group of people that lack institutional knowledge, they're arrogant and vengeful, and they're going after senior public officers. So those blunders, those rudimentary mistakes would only be compounded at the expense of our people. You see, you must know the track record. In 2013, there was over $110 million unpaid claim in the Treasury.
Facts.
The economy was in free fall. The government was selling assets. They were selling assets to meet current expenditure.
18 million, the deficit was 18 million per month.
If you have a business and you have to sell your fridge to pay your workers, you sell your stove to pay electricity bill, the dog in the back that keeping security, you sell the dog to pay water bill. Well, eventually your business is going to crash. I listened to an individual on the agriculture program and I like the parallel that he drawn. He said, if you're hungry and you eat your finger, when you're hungry again, you eat your next finger. Yes, caller, welcome.
Hi, good morning.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah. They need, anyhow, some of them people are still saying about the visa thing. We could go to Canada without a visa now. So they need to educate the people more about that visa thing. And the second thing that I want to say is we have to come out and take the street. We have to do something. We can't sit down and let Deacon and them doing what they want in Grenada. Right now, a Grenadian and his wife come back home. They have citizenship in America, but they choose to come back home. Right? And right now, they say Grenada is too stressful. They're going back to America to live. It's too stressful, so they're going back to America to live. We have to do something. We have to get up and get. We can't sit down and wait and Dr. Keith and the opposition people. We are the people that feeling it. We are the nation. We that vote them in. So we have to do something to get them. We can't sit down and wait and Dr. Keith and them to say, to lead or whatever it is. Right? So we have to get up and get. We have to start to get up and take action in Grenada. They can, them can continue going on as if Grenada is their own. Grenada is not theirs. Thank you.
You see, what we have to hope and pray, that no Caribbean country make the mistake Grenada make by taking neophytes to do a professional job. You can't take Prento to do a professional job. If you want to run electricity in a school or a building, you can take trainees and put them in charge of the job. And Grenada did that. So don't expect to open the pipe and then close it back just so. We have a democratic process in our country. And we could speak about and make people know the facts so they'll be more knowledgeable that you cannot use neophytes. We select neophyte. We select a leader. Deacon Mitchell, the Prime Minister of Grenada. And based upon what we've seen so far, the individual is a fake. He is not even certain about his foreign policy. And that perhaps contributed to Grenada not included in the removal of visas. Look at what the Prime Minister, sometimes we're doing as if we forget. The Prime Minister doesn't even understand that he's supposed to walk a foreign policy road in the interest of Grenada. Not in his interest, but in the interest of Grenada. Simple issue as a health system. And when I say simple, no health system is simple. And I hate to have to be bashing the health system. Because in the Caribbean, maybe we stand relatively good. In the Caribbean, maybe we stand relatively good with our health system. But every government that comes is supposed to make it better. When the National Democratic Congress left office in 2013, it is said that they had over $7 million in unpaid claim for the pharmaceutical companies. And we buy drugs together in the OECS. And we buy drugs by generic name. So we drugs are cheaper than the drugs that the pharmacists, the private companies buy. Some of them. They have a lot of brand name drugs. So if you remove it from 7 million, and it is 2 million now, and you meet a treasury pregnant, you have to determine what is priority. Any little parent will know that. You have some money, you take the money, you go in fete, you dance, you buy new clothes, you're a parent. Monday morning, your children don't have no money to go to school. You go and gamble. Some men does that. Well, now today it's not men alone, but men and women. But it's more impactful when the man do it. The man have his woman home, his spouse home, with children. He said, thank God it's Friday. He whine. He go in Sinner's Choice bar. Sometimes he buy a few drinks, give me everything. And when he go home, he broken. So he picks a fight with his spouse to get an excuse to run out again and cocoa Jenna pie. This is what the government did. And the Prime Minister is insulting the nation by refusing to subject himself to press conferences. He gone by a media that is in the palm of his hand. Even the media he claimed was objective, he is hiding away from Dr. Bob and the photogenic one. And he gone by the riders now. Well, you can't do that as a prime minister. You're turning the hand of the clock back. So the level of arrogance and vengeful behavior that this group of people in the government has is going to cause serious woes for us. The government must continue to pay the bills so at least we don't have the problem not having basic drugs. We will always have shortage. We will always have shortage. Grenada is not a rich country. But the shortage must not be acute and chronic. We must be able to deal with the drugs that the ordinary, routine drugs you need to have it. And this is as a result of lack of institutional knowledge, arrogance, and vengefulness. You see, you have to understand, when you come in the public service and the government is looking for green blood, and you had a government that was in power 10 years after a catastrophic NDC, because 2008 to 2013 was a catastrophic period in Grenada. And you had a relatively smooth sailing to the extent that is not the NNP that say the treasury had money, you know. It's the NDC in their youthful exuberance. They jump up and say the treasury pregnant. So they squander They squander the funds not given priority. I understand Gregory Bowen advocated constantly and consistently that in a worst case scenario, we must not have to fire anybody in Grenada for 4 months. That is why he leave the treasury pregnant. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, my brother, welcome.
Good morning to the people's spokesman. Mr. Pierre, I want to go back to tell Grenadian. After the Grenada Revolution, we have to remember Reagan set up a thing called the Basin Initiative Fund. Grenadian get a center. They can't go in Cuba. All the Canadian them leaders, they see Daniel Ortega as a dictator. You go in Cuba hugging up Daniel Ortega and cussing America. So Canada say, that's what you doing? We don't give you no visa. Jamaica, Trinidad will get, St. Lucia will get, and we don't give you. Have a blazer, sit down listening.
No visa.
Interest incoming. And all that is because we, the Grenadian public, we must don't take blame for itself. You see, that is why I don't meddle with reparation. We don't want to take blame. Black people have been selling slaves for 100 years, 700 years before white people gone by. But we do not even see white man alone that evil. We evil too. We have a government, the National Democratic Congress, have a history of doing the same thing. The only thing this time is worse. Why you think it is worse? These young NDC follow the director of hate and the motivational speaker who was advocating to buy wheelchair and armchair and give them let it go. The director of hate was encouraging to throw pee on them. How could a government endorse an erratic, loose, bitter, hateful individual like that as part of the nuclei? So these individuals come with in a vengeful mood. And it is not necessary. This is why they instituted restorative justice. This is why one of the agents in the unions refused to show solidarity with a sister union and asking for union members to be fired. This is why the Public Service Commission is behaving in the manner in which they did and fired the Labor Commissioner and others because they seem to be agents of the government restorative justice policy. It's a question where we have to continue to educate the public. I hear people talk about demonstration. It's not demonstration you need. You need education. You need to know and understand the entity you're dealing with is going to bring this country in the drain. And they have to come to realize that. I think this is the biggest challenge. So the action in health does not surprise me. They lack institutional knowledge. They're arrogant, they're bitter, and they're vengeful. And they're greedy. Could you imagine somebody lend you a car and you sell it? Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre. Morning, Carl.
Could you imagine somebody lend you a car, my brother, and you sell it, the car the person lend you? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, gentlemen, yeah. Mr. Pierre, you're so rightly correct in your deliberations there. And you know what I've been watching lately with this government and the members and the ministers? They tend to do things haphazard. They don't care nothing about what Grenadians say, even their own supporters. Now, I see a posting with the Honorable Prime Minister, Deacon Mitchell, is booking himself for an interview with the Prince of Hate. I will advise this Prime Minister, as a Grenadian,
this will be one of your biggest mistakes ever in life. If it's one you make already, this will be one of them up there. Trust me. You being a prime minister of a country, and you talking about you don't want no division, you don't want all this kind of animosity, yet you book yourself to be on that program. That's one. Two, I've been watching the developments lately with some of the ministers. Like, everything they do, they take out a picture. No, there's a saying, a picture takes out 1,000 words. I saw the Minister of Carriacou and P.T. Matney, Honorable Kevin Andrew. They opened a new licensing center for license in Carriacou. And to me, I could be wrong, to me, I see the Honorable Minister signing up for his license. And isn't that a case where you newly get a license? And if that's the case, this minister was driving before already. Like the one in St. George Northeast, Honorable Redhead, I've been seeing this guy driving recently, before October. So, were these guys breaking the law willfully as ministers and now actually flaunting it in our face? I'm saying all this to say, these men don't care what they do, as long as they do it and people follow them. This is a cult we follow. People follow our culture. I don't know how people cannot see the abnormalities in these things. This is not normal. My God, the Prime Minister painting some place as nothing wrong with that. To be a community leader and paint, you could do what, you know.
Is he seeing trouble to only brush? Yeah, he can only brush good.
What do we do next? They will take a picture with the current in the washroom shitting, and they will press that. My God, man, come on, Grenadiers, man, come on, man. I mean, you can show up what you're doing as leaders, but it becomes to the point right now, this level of infatuation is dangerous. It is dangerous. And people online glorifying and gratifying this nonsense. Come on, man. Look what's happening around us. Look what the minister has said. Look what's going on with Judas Jude. Now the police are here trying to pacify it and say, oh, discussion is good and this agreement is good. The union teacher, the boss come out and he's angry. He's pissed. This is not normal.
He feel let down.
The Mayday, this man gonna run Mayday about Shell and Scott. He gonna tantrum, say fire anybody. That's NMP. That is not perceiving it. That's what the man was actually saying, and he's still saying it in that message. Come on, Grenadians, is that normal? Is that normal?
Well, it's an abnormal group you're dealing with, or it could be normal.
You have a so-called blind man being number one enemy now because he's talking about the ills of this government. You have a PRO going on radio talking about that nonsense and trying to spin stuff. Who are you unmasking now? Where's the mask when you're done mask? Come on, Grenadians. Come on, man. I've fed up right now, man. Have a good day, guys.
Yeah, well, sometimes we have to have a good little laugh, eh? Sometimes when these things happen, you have to have a sense of humor. And you have to laugh. Although it is a serious issue, but you can't work up yourself too much. You see, when the Prime Minister played jab, I pointed out and I consider him as a cultural parasite. The Prime Minister in the heat of jab, I saw, he don't juke, he don't whine, he don't move his hand, he don't stop, he don't tweet a muscle. How could you do that in the middle of a jab ban?
You don't cheap the
But
muscle.
worst of all, because of the regularity with which these young men and women put oil, spent fluid on their bodies, the body may not have time to recover. The body is one of the best organs in the world. It could deal with poisonous stuff. But when he was playing jab once or twice or 3 times a year, the body could recover. The people are playing jab 52 times for the year. The Prime Minister refused to call on these individuals and tell them to play with what he playing with. Because I understand he don't play with oil. He don't play with spent fluid. And I was told that he's a regular jab. Yes, caller, welcome.
Mr. Pierre.
Yes, good morning.
I love you there, Mr. Pierre.
But you must have a sense of humor. You can't get too angry with this individual, you know. Remember, we have about 5 years and 3 months of NDC.
Mr. Pierre.
We not NDC ain't going away, you know.
What about let me talk?
Yeah, but we don't have to follow them.
Yeah, he don't have medication. He don't have nothing in the hospital, and he's saying, talk to the people. Mr. Pierre, come on.
Well, look at what they did in 2013, and gradients put them back.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is to educate our people.
So they won't forget.
Educating the people. Let me tell you something. If the younger one didn't know, the parents supposed to tell the children.
Well, the parents don't tell children nothing.
The children, the parents, everybody join the same band.
Look at them ready to chow the money again. Could you believe it?
What? There are some people in Paul's down there. All of them. We letting grandpa go. We are young people. They don't have water. They don't have light. They don't have food. And every time you hear you talk about politics, it's like they want to get mental. They have to get mental. Let young people come and fight with the battle. Now they want grandpa back, and they throw away the old.
That is why people have to educate people. Otherwise, we're going to continue making the same mistakes.
Don't take it for granted.
Young people didn't know what was going on, but the parents joined with them.
Well, NDC put a law. They put sugar and molasses and honey.
You know, listen what they tell the people and them? Huh?
Permanent.
Bigger than permanent.
Permanent.
They raise a pay.
Even fellas in the private sector say they're getting pension.
I'm not talking about pension because the company just got pension quite till 2021. So I wouldn't talk about pension. Pension start near teachers and still pay them the money. We greedy. I wouldn't say what you're saying there. Pension, I'm not talking about pension. All I'm talking about raise a pay and permanent. That's what they vote for. Because I was campaigning and a woman was in the money and she said how many years she working and she barely could make $1,000, so she want to raise a pay and she want permanent. Where she is now, that's what we have to look at. We don't talk to the children. And the parents and the children join the band. And everybody crying. As Camille said, you can't ball for them. They have to feel it to know it. Tomorrow, please, God, who come in there go learn sense.
If they don't learn tomorrow, they go learn overmorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very important for the education process to go on. So people would understand, if you fall in the lower income group, that the National Democratic Congress historically do not seek your interests. And they always tell lie to you. Remember, they promised to give $400 to the elderly in 2008 to raise the money paid to $1,000. They fired, yes, scholar, welcome. You lost a scholar. They fired some of the elderly people and they fired the Imani. Then they apologized to the Imani.
See, they make a mistake.
And say we make a political mistake. We would never do you that again. We're going to make you permanent. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. P. Good morning, Massacre.
Yes, scholar.
Mr. P, I'll say we need to educate ourselves. We need to educate because, see, when people educate themselves, we continue making the same mistake. And you see, there are things they call people say, well, like, you say something to someone, you lie for them, and within 2 weeks they forget what you say. And you come and give them something nice the next day, right? You are the best friend. So you have to you have to remember the track record, know the track record of people. When you're electing them to govern the affairs of your country. Mr. P, when you look at the track record of NDC in health, when you look at the track record, it is children, grandchildren, and daddy, grandparents. It's the same attitude there. The same attitude. Because the same people that join with NDC right now. Remember with Mr. Forrester? We did that thing where you've been up going by the foot of it. What happened? They closed it down. Why they closed it? Because he was an enemy. Looking at the new wing of the hospital that was about to build when NMP last election. I remember in 2008, 2013, when NDC went up, the NDC supporter went up, they used to laugh at that building. They used to laugh at that. Still. But right now, NMP came back in government and they build that new wing. And when you check them, when you say, as you enter that new wing, you see two pictures of the the Minister of Health and the Prime Minister. They are like to show up and put their face where the face is supposed to be. And it's the same thing, Mr. P. Same thing, Master Kala, continues to happen with this government in health. They don't care. And they came, the Prime Minister came, after they take over the reign, he said the Treasury was pregnant with money. So there was money there to pay for medication. And if there is money to pay, why should you pay? So that is to show the trend that they don't care about health. They only care about themselves, right? Because they pay the teachers money that they didn't work for. They take $2,000 more on the salary, where they say they put it on travel allowance. Look again, they open a whole new ministry, a MIT ministry, a ministry to deceive and to lie and to victimize people. And Mr. Pay, I want to say one thing. I do believe all the ministers should be under one ministry. The ministry of lie. Right? And which one of them could tell the most lie? You know, you have a calcium trainer, I think Lad Nelson. Right? That's a song they should play for them, the line. And I do believe all of them ministers try to see who could outlie and who could tell the most lie and the biggest lie to deceive the Greenland people. So education is key. We have to remind the people, especially young people coming up, and about the attitude and the track record of this NDC government in office concerned to do with health.
Yeah.
And they say health is important. And if a country cannot manage the health of a nation, how could a country be a wealthy country?
Yeah.
Right? So that's what.
Yes, thank you. See, I constantly maintain that all people must be knowledgeable. That's why I always ask for reasons and justification. Why you're doing certain things. I think it's important for people to know why. You're in a political party, why you're in this political party? What is the policies of the political party? So I kind of soft on being of criticizing politicians per se, but I look at the policy of the government and see if the government policy is in the interest of the majority of people in the country. Because when the government policy is not in the interest of the people in the lower income group, you're likely to have more poor performance. The government policy is not even in the interest of public officers. And the government decides to victimize public officers. So you're likely to have more rudimentary mistakes. Because the politician going to try to micromanage. And they can't do it in the public service. They're going to meet resistance. They would have lack of information. And they're going to make blunders that could cause people to lose their lives. And we have to understand that. And that's why I say to people, I like to demonstrate. I like to march. But I always want to know what I'm marching for. What's going to be the result? This is why I say, when you leave a political party, you must be able to clearly tell people what is the policy position I'm against. What is the strategy against? How does the policy position of that political party is counterproductive to the people in my constituency? It can't be about you. And we have to know that. Sometimes we applaud people. It's like an example. A man leave a woman with about 10 children and he go. They say, the woman make 10 children. He said, there's no trouble the woman giving you. A man say, well, what trouble a woman could give you? She had 10 children. 20-something years with her. You leave her and go in and say she make 10 children? What is the reason you leave the woman? They're asking that in the rum shop, you know. You can't, but they see him with an next little damsel. Yes, I. What is the reason you leave the woman with 10 children? You say you don't know she gonna look like a sugar jar? You expect her to look as a Coke bottle all the time or a Spanish manju? You didn't expect her to look like a sugar jar? 10 children she have. When in the rum shop, what is the reason you leave the woman? He cannot give reason except she get in trouble. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre. a very light moment.
Yeah, the woman should bust the head. If she bust the head, now what you do? What's the leave attention?
No, he bust the head. Every time she see him, she had to just beat him.
Beat him. You ain't supposed to beat him up.
Anyhow, well, good morning to everybody, and good morning to all listeners and viewers. Just earlier on, somebody just mentioned about an interview that is being publicized, right, of the Prime Minister and the Prince of Hate. Now, I want to just go back in memory lane for a minute. Remember in 1994, 1993, 1994, in Rwanda, what happened? That particular radio host who was gaslighting, right? I mean, aided and abetted by the person in office, right? Saying all kinds of things and inciting violence. You know how many people got murdered? Because that particular radio host was on radio spilling hate and telling people, oh, look at the cockroaches and them they, look at them they, do this to them and everything like that. But look at what happened to Rwanda. Thank God today that I think they have a president that, they are recovering, right, from that hatred that we here are trying to spill. I cannot understand, right, that you will subdue yourself, right, to an interview. You refuse to go by the journalists.
You refuse to come on Real FM.
You refuse all of that.
You refuse Dr. Bob and the photogenic one.
You understand who are journalists, but he leave and he go by cry along, and now he going by the Prince of Hate.
Bipeds of one plummet. Amalgamate.
So you see the direction that our leader, our Prime Minister is heading to, and then you're asking us to put hearts and hands together. Well, you only want hands, you don't want hearts.
Is it good people speaking to?
Yes. You understand? You're only looking, to help the good people. Understand? So, it is so important for us as a people to continue paying attention to the utterance of these leaders. They continue to lie for simple things. They can come to the public and say, look, we made an error, this is the situation. But instead, they continue to lie and aided and abetted by the Speaker of the House. Have a good morning, gentlemen.
Just to respond to the caller, that is why anytime I come on the radio here, my three main things is one, to educate the people, and hope with this education by information would agitate persons to think deeper into the result, and at the same time to liberate their minds. Now, the classic example he gave about Rwanda, always in the back of my mind, Mr. Pierre. That is why some persons who advocate marching and so on are really forward, because there are persons who, as Mr. Pierre said, the reasons they're marching for might not be the reasons you want them to march for. Some could march to vandalize. You understand? But the education process, which would agitate persons to think on a higher plane, because I think that one of the things we're lacking here in this country. That is why this present administration is suffering from the lack of institutional knowledge. Case in point, the utterances of the Minister of Health, Mr. Pierre. Let's say he had institutional knowledge, you would know the whole setup with the procurement of medication together with the OECS people. So it's not something where Grenada basically be on his own. You understand? And when he comes here and speak about I and then we, and then 11 months ago, utter untruth. You recognize institutional knowledge is lacking, and there's a need to educate the people. Because what? Mr. Pierre, what happened on June 23rd? Even people like me and you, Mr. Pierre, ought to be held accountable, you know, because we knew. And maybe we didn't do enough to educate the people as to the lies and deception. Then one might say you could take the horse to the well, but you can't force it to drink. But when you have little children and they don't drinking water, Mr. Pierre, you could give them can calls and things to make them thirsty. So that is our burden to discharge.
All of us are guilty.
So you don't find I jump on the bandwagon of Monday morning quarterbacking and say NNP lose election because of that person. It has to start with me. Did I do enough? Could I have done more? Knowing what I know. You understand what I'm saying? So we must continue to educate people by way of information. And hope that the information would cause them to be agitated to understand what is at play. Because you see, every person has some form of influence on another person. And we cannot lay the blame at the doorstep of one person. So coming or calling the radio and trying to be the best person or the best Monday morning quarterback as to why we lose and not offering a solution, what we need to do going forward is simply not enough. So, who believe we should march and protest, that's a matter for them, and I'm not slighting them or saying it is not a way forward. But I believe the whole fact of educating the people, if the people was properly educated, these lies and them didn't run into them so. Because either agitate them enough to say, no, but let me look at that thing rational. Trapping seaweed, die not true, making everybody permanent, die not, that can happen. You understand? But some person pension, even men are cleaning fish in the fish market, they voting for the pension. So there the educating part of the thing comes in Igwe. And this Monday morning quarterback and what coulda, shoulda, woulda, won't cut it. We need to put systems in place. And the key, in my view, is education. Now, we touch on institutional knowledge, Mr. P, and you made thing about that. The health minister, in terms of, you talk about private pharmacies and all this kind of thing on them. Buying from the private, because listen, they don't want to pay the debt. What they talking about private pharmacies way more expensive. You find that making sense? Because sense make before book, and we have to educate the people as to the utter garbage and nonsense that the Minister of Health speaking.
We're going to trust them.
And after we come from the break, I have a clip to play. I don't want it yet, Igwe. Would we break down and we go dissect it, Mr. P, as to the whole issue of governance. So we go to the break, take the news, and then come back.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolf in sheep clothing, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. I say we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
Welcome to the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Hello and welcome back. Locally, Minister for Carriacou and Petite Martinique Affairs and Local Government, Honorable Tevin Andrews, has announced that people traveling from Carriacou and Petite Martinique will no longer be subjected to random checks by Port Police when utilizing the Tyrrell Bay Express and the MV Dolly C. This follows months of complaints by travelers that they were harassed when disembarking the ferries that use the Carriacou Wharf. In the region, a commitment from the U.S. of more than $100 million in new assistance for the Caribbean region. Here's more.
More than $100 million in new assistance for the Caribbean region. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris made the announcement as U.S. Caribbean leaders met in Nassau, Bahamas on Thursday. The U.S. Vice President gave a list of new activities to be undertaken that address security and firearms trafficking, the need for an enhanced diplomatic presence in the Eastern Caribbean, the crisis in Haiti, and the U.S. Caribbean Partnership to address the Climate Crisis 2030. She confirmed the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to disrupting firearms trafficking in the Caribbean by interdicting illicit shipments of firearms and ammunition and by holding offenders accountable and bringing them to justice. The Department of State is also supporting the recently established Regional Crime Gun Intelligence Unit in Trinidad and Tobago, which facilitates collaboration and cooperation among regional and international law enforcement agencies. There are plans to establish a regional forensic center of excellence in St. Lucia, in addition to continued support to forensic laboratories in the Bahamas and the Dominican Republic. The announcements are in line with statements made when Mrs. Harris visited Trinidad and Tobago earlier this year. Then a commitment was also made to working with Trinidad and Tobago as a regional leader in energy security and to advance shared carbon emissions reduction goals.
Around the globe, opposition coalition wins legislative elections in Guinea-Bissau. Here's more.
The leader of the opposition in Guinea-Bissau celebrated on Thursday after the PAI Terra-Ranca coalition led by his party PAI-GC won the majority of seats in parliament. The party of President Umaro Sissoco Embalo took 29 seats. As Guinea-Bissau won, and as the PAI Terraranca platform has always promised, we have responsibilities, and we celebrate. Yes, we do. But we will respect all the children of Guinea who contributed to producing these results.
Viva Guiné-Bissau! Viva a democracia! Viva a liberdade!
Following the announcement by the electoral authorities, President Embalo announced he's ready to appoint Domingos Simões Pereira, the PAI-GC president and leader of the PAI Terraranca coalition, as Prime Minister.
And in sports, the Canadian Grand Prix is not at risk despite wildfires causing air quality issues across much of North America, Formula One has said. Quebec, the province in which the Montreal race will be held next weekend, is the origin of much smoke. Formula One said it has been assured the situation in Montreal is different to any other parts of the US and the country. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. I am your presenter Maxine Antoine, thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The Pure Grenada Excellence Champion Program promotes a legacy of excellence by investing in our people, embracing excellent service, and always providing exceptional experiences. The Carriacou training sessions were a hit. This time, we will be training right here on mainland Grenada. Training sessions begin May 15th, 2023. Register now by calling GTA Head Office 440-2279, emailing info@puregrenada.com, or visiting www.puregrenada.com/excellence champion. Remember, excellence begins with me. Excellence ends with all our we.
Represent 47 trade.
The NLA is giving you more chances to multiply your Playway winnings by adding Multi-X to your regular Playway bets to win up to 5 times more. Imagine winning as much as $1,200 instead of $240 with a $10 Playway bet by simply adding Multi-X. Place your Playway bets from $1 to $10 or in increments on your favorite Playway symbols or numbers. Then add the Multi-X option at the same value to win 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more, or free plays. With Multi-X, you must bet the same amount wagered on your regular Playway bets for your winnings to be multiplied. Grenadians, value your dreams and win your way as much as 5 times more with Multi-X added to Playway, and watch your money grow. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by
imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Tell me, candid, be too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So maybe I repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging. Now we enacted one week. Prophesy to the country, streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. Now this is my humble petition. Announce the date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. We expect corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff their pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image. Before Griffith cause more damage. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on the knees. And I'm begging. And they try to stick me with Rashmi. They have more trick than Houdini. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. Please, Mrs. Kamla. Take Munila and Sharma. Go now, please.
Welcome back, folks. Igwe.
Yeah, man. So we continue the education or educating people. You have a clip I want you to play the Igwe as we come in, and then we go move on from there.
Coming to you right now.
Just to win an election. election. And we need to overcome these things. We need to provide services for our people. When you elect someone into office, that person becomes like a trustee for you. And they have to act on your behalf. Not for the personal benefits and to victimize people. What we've been seeing in recent times is more victimization. Once they identify you as not supporting a particular political party, they want to deprive you of opportunities. Brothers and sisters, the resources of the country must be used for all the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, irrespective of your political connection. You don't need to support a political party to get on the seed program. If you fall within the category, you should be a beneficiary. We are saying to you that we do not want to see plenty of people on the seed program because we want people to earn their own living. We want to create opportunities so that you could do your own thing and develop yourselves. So we want to create opportunities.
Now, Mr. Pierre, the former Prime Minister, Mr. Thomas, they call him the gatekeeper of morality and integrity. In that clip there, he's making some salient points as relates to governance. And one ought to take note or take notice of what he is saying. Because when you elect persons, whether a group, a cabal, into governance, Mr. Pierre, they are the trustees of the people. And by extension, the people ought to be comfortable to trust those persons. And those persons should understand their limitations. As one of the great philosophers say, if you're in a room and you look around and you're the brightest person, that's not a place you should be. You have to be in some room where you could learn.
Balance.
But these fellas, or these ministers, or these persons, are trying to prove to us that they know it all, when they don't know nothing. Lack of institutional knowledge. Mr. Pierre, what is your view basically on these happenings and the lack of institutional knowledge with these guys?
One of the challenges that we have, and particularly with the National Democratic Congress, every political party would have some level of challenge like that. But they like to disfigure the truth. You see, they normally sit down and plan to disfigure the truth. And then when they reach in office, they go after public officers. When you do that, and you go after public officers, you're going to make rudimentary mistakes. You're going to make mistakes that nobody expects you to make. You're going to make laughable mistakes. You had a government in power for 10 years. The public service is the one to run the country. The politicians is broad policies. When you have a policy that don't good, public officers are supposed to make it work and defend it. But the government go inside there and they're accusing the public officers of green blood. So because of that, you would have one or two individuals that see an opportunity to get promoted, and they're going to jump on the NDC bandwagon with loud and making some noise. And normally, they will be promoted. But they don't know the job. They just have to learn to work. And the public officers are there. They know the rules. So they're going to be quiet. And you're going to make rudimentary mistakes. The government have to abandon the policy of restorative justice. and disband MIT. That ministry that they spend $70 million to set up is for political mischief. You want to dilute the significance of the public service. You would not get production. And you're going to make rudimentary mistakes. That is the reason they did not know that Grenada buy drugs with the OECS. They didn't know. Or they learned very late when people started to cry out. And they are doing that with government institutions. And the president of the teachers union had to be dumb twice not to understand that he have to show solidarity with public workers union because they are the union principally that is directly involved in implementing government programs. If the people in the Ministry of Finance, the Inland Revenue, and Post Office do not agree with the industrial action, no union will take no industrial action. Because if the people in Inland Revenue, the government, that is the government central collecting points, decide that your argument is not justified, government can pay, you can hold strike, no union is striking. Teachers is a different thing. The Technical and Allied Workers Union have small, supportive, auxiliary staff. So the president of the Teachers Union had to understand that the Public Workers Union know more about the workings of government than him. And when he was asking for the head of senior officers, that is practically sacrilege. He had to be dumb twice. But he showed his hand that he's just an agent of the government restorative justice. The government policy is counterproductive for the economy of the country. And it seems since the director of hate advised them to throw pee on some of the people. And the motivational speakers, they give them armchair and they go home. Some of the senior people in the NDC is embarrassed. Some of the senior people in the NDC, including Mr. Tillman Thomas, is disappointed. And they are having great difficulties in defending this wayward group of neophytes. They're having difficulties. Otherwise, they would have said to them, you can't do that. They would have said to them, when you become a government minister, it does not give you the authority or the right to pick up your shopping bag and go and shop in government coffers. And what do I mean by that? The government today is using traveling as a source to generate income for the ministers and the group. They're using traveling. That is why they are not conservative in the traveling. They are extra liberal. Public officers must be staring at the ceiling and saying, Lord have mercy, we're going back into the jaws of the IMF again. You would not have productivity. The government don't know that the action is counterproductive to the source of industry. They don't know. So they fire the people that are involved in pest management. So the scaly insect or disease spreading wildfire, it reaching Paraclete now. It is on the hibiscus, not hibiscus, the croton plants. Source of plants reaching Paraclete. Because they suspended the team that was managing and controlling it. Some public officers must be banned their belly. They don't know what to do. And public officers are not supposed to speak publicly because they are the arm of the government that implement government policy. I beg St. Lucia, Dominica, St. Vincent, the OECS, not to make the mistake Grenada make by taking a bunch of inexperienced, arrogant neophyte that follow a hate doctrine and put to run your country.
Right.
You're going to only end up in trouble.
Yeah, call any calls, eh?
No, not yet.
Well, we go take calls. We could take calls on.
You're going to. You have a caller?
No, we don't.
You're going to only end up in problems.
Let me get a clip.
Just to win an election, and we need to overcome these things. We need to provide services for our people. When you elect someone into office, that person becomes like a trustee for you, and they have to act on your behalf, not for the personal benefits and to victimize people. What we've been seeing in recent times is more victimization. Once they identify you as not supporting a particular political party, they want to deprive you of opportunities. Brothers and sisters, the resources of the country must be used for all the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, irrespective of your political connection. You don't need to support a political party to get on the seed program. If you fall within the category, you should be a beneficiary. We are saying to you that we do not want to see plenty of people on the seed program because we want people to earn their own living. We want to create opportunities so that you could do your own thing and develop yourselves. So we want to create opportunities.
When the Prime Minister said that then, he wasn't Prime Minister in opposition, the National Democratic Congress has never, as far as I know, create opportunities for employment. They have never created opportunities to make new jobs or to increase employment in the country. So when I was making that statement, they too was misleading the people. NDC has never created new jobs in the country. Never. So they make this wild, outrageous, sensational claim. And it sounds good. But in truth and in fact, that is why I believe we must hold public officials to account and be responsible for the policy statements that they make. When you make these statements, we must hold you to account. And this is why so much of tapes and clips are being played of what was said by these politicians. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, my brother.
To be honest with you, I called about 4 times already. I got 2. And I just had to cut off because, it's a cell phone I'm on. That kind of thing. Sorry, but I mean, it's honest to you sometimes. I just have to cut off. What hell? And it's not because you played that clip, Carl. I dealt with that subject matter on another radio station this morning. Here's something that happened. Okay, let me preamble it. This government continues to show the disrespect for the elderly in this country, the people who are less fortunate in whatever given situation you are in now. You could have been the richest man 500 years ago. You become the poorest man now. That easily could happen in life. So your situation has to be taken into account in dealing objectively. And here, what Mr. Thomas said there applies squarely to what I dealt with this morning on another program. Mr. Rolo, who is a well-known voice in this country, called on another radio station to complain that he got a call from the Ministry of Social Affairs telling him that he's not qualified to continue to be on the seed program. Mr. Rolo is a 71-year-old man. He is blind. Yes, he has a big mouth, and he's very obnoxious sometimes. And I even made mention of that particular aspect of it this morning. But that disqualifies him, if that's what the criteria they're using, from taking him out on the seed. He's on the seed program, They're taking him out, telling him he's not qualified. That's the kind of disregard and hatred that comes from the government right now. I mean, it's real nonsense in this country. This thing is becoming too bad. I mean, and it's going to create a set of problem in people's mind. You might find a set of riot in this country very soon or easy. And now it's not a matter of wanting it. Things are happening so quickly and so senselessly that it is creating that kind of atmosphere and environment. And it is creating fear and apprehension in people. Too much is too much right now. That is pure nonsense. And playing that clip, it applies so squarely. I wish Mr. Tillman Thomas know what is going on right now.
Yeah.
I remember pointing out to you all that a founder of the NDC, used to be a minister for all the years in this country. He and I had a conversation a few months ago. And he told me that when this guy was trying to get into power, they used to come and sit down and discuss things with him all the time. From the time they get there, they don't even know if he exists. He told me that me and him spoke almost an hour that evening. And he was complaining about the attitude and this kind of thing. So don't be surprised how much the senior people in the in the NDC party are embarrassed about what is going on in this country right now. Take care, gentlemen.
But Carla and Mr. Pierre, one thing about the National Democratic Congress and the disciples, they made it clear since before they came into office how they felt about elderly people. They say, go and sit down in wheelchair. Show pee on them. Go and take a rest. Let's take the call.
Hey, good morning.
Yes,
and Mr. Carl. You remember during the heat of the COVID, where the government and the World Bank, the World Health Organization, were encouraging people not to socialize, not to get in big crowds. All right? What did the opposition at the time do? Was encouraging people to go out and socialize and play jab en masse, which was a time you could not have people gather in a big crowd. They were encouraging people to go out and play. So that's to show and to demonstrate to the greater people and the world that this NDC government never care about the health of the people. When you have people in a home, grandparents or parents, they might have certain ailment and it's trained there in the home. You're encouraging the children to go out, socialize, and come back home. Right? And then when they come back home with COVID, they come back home, and many of them who went out and play, when they come back home, they catch it, and they bring it home to the parents, and the parents take out. So how could, you see, definitely is a trend with this NDC government. They don't care about the health of people. You should always try to protect the health of everyone. And even they had no respect for the young people, they had no respect for nobody at all. And if you have respect, if first thing you have respect for yourself. And if you have respect for yourself, you will respect people. But what they are saying, a man can give what he don't have in him.
Yeah.
I think while the thing going on, I want you to bring back the clip with the Minister of Health, Mr. Lacret. Because I want to draw a parallel here because it is important that we educate people as to what it is. Yes, Mr. Pierre, go on.
The government has been showing disrespect to all and sundry. If you remember, the previous government had press conferences after every cabinet session. In addition to that, the ministers was accessible to the media. Even the prime minister had, I think, some quarterly meetings when he opened up to the press. This government decided first thing, information is based upon need to know. Information is based upon need to know. And the prime minister is hiding from the very two individuals he declared was most objective. Now he's hiding from them. And they are not providing information. So some of the speculation that playing around is because of the lack of access to the government ministers. The government is even disrespectful in parliament. Question that I was asked about the Public Service Commission, they want to direct the Prime Minister, the opposition leader who asked that question, to go and ask the Public Service Commission. This is disrespectful, it is arrogant, and it is lack of understanding of our system.
But seeing that Mr. Telesford advised the leader of His Majesty opposition to go to and ask Public Service Commission, I have two questions I want to ask Public Service Commission. Mr. P.
But we go ask them a lot of questions.
What two for them? Public Service Commission. Tell us about if you receive any letters from the police officers, the Prime Minister label them disgruntled. And if so, how much letters did you receive? And what is the status of those persons who write in terms of their appraisal? Was their appraisal outstanding or mediocre? Because it is important to ask those questions. Give me the clip by Mr. Lockhart again. Yes.
Madam President,
Yeah,
pharmaceutical companies, they boost and they drive the global economy. In 2022 alone, the global pharmaceutical industry, it was a $1.48 trillion industry. Huge, massive amount of money. They also drive the medical process as it relates to research and development and, in some regards, bettering the quality of life for all peoples across the entire globe. With that being said, upon assuming office in 2022 last year, we recognized that there was a backlog of invoices that we had as it relates to honoring our commitment.
Welcome to Your Community Data, a conservation and environmental advocacy organization.
Speedily to ensure that these backlogs of invoices were taken care of in a timely manner. I would like to report to the nation that to date, we do not have any of these invoices that we are owing to. And as a result of that, the procurement of the pharmaceutical process moving forward should be much smoother. Yeah. Over the past 11 months, we have done our best to ensure that we cleared our bill with OECS PPS so that we can have access to the pharmaceuticals that we so desire here at our main tertiary medical institution on island, and also some of our subsidiary institutions as well. You must understand also, Madam President, that whenever you have a backlog of invoices, especially with these kind of regional bodies, they don't honor your requests for pharmaceuticals, regardless of how dire your situation is. As a result of that, my team and I, we moved speedily to ensure that we engaged pharmaceutical distributors here on island, as well as pharmacies, to ensure that in the event we have another incident like that happening, our local pharmacies and wholesale distributors can assist us in ensuring that the gap is filled with the pharmaceuticals that we need until. Yes. So at this particular point in time, we did receive a stock of pharmaceuticals last week, I believe, and we have since distributed that to our general hospital and also subsidiary institutions. And we trust that things are going to be much smoother moving forward.
Mr. Tillman Thomas said when they elect you in government, you become the trustee. And one of the things about the trustee, persons must trust the trustee. Yeah? Now, Mr. Lockhart say 11 months, it was cleared. But if it was cleared, Mr. Lockhart, why the backlog? If we take your word to say it was cleared, when was it cleared? And why the backlog? So, if when our leaders speak, Mr. P, you always have to wonder if they're speaking it through their bad thing. If when your leaders speak, you always have to wonder if the truth abideth in them. It's not something of confidence. And this present administration, every time, on every occasion, they speak Igwe. And you really listen to what they're saying. You follow the language in what they're saying. It's lies and more lies. Because the intention is not only speaking on truth, Igwe. The real intention is to deceive. Don't make it bad. They could be in the rum shop and thing and talking that thing and them and they go say that rum shop talk. But when you're facing the nation, even in the houses of parliament, and speaking this gibberish to the nation is the intent of speaking the truth what is bad. The intent, the intention of this untruth is to deceive the people. So when they say it's only 6 he didn't have, the intent is to deceive. When they say we have to check to see if it's already paying, the intent is to deceive. When my representative say we will deal with it soon, is the intent is to deceive. When Mr. Lockhart say we treat it and we clear it up, the intent is to deceive. And that what makes it bad. Because they take in the Grenadian public for Papi Show. Why? Because they came last year, all around now, so and promise permanent, everybody go work permanent, everybody go pension. Because they didn't say who go get pension, they say vote for pension. So men not even cleaning the little fish and going in the garden tell me they voting for pension. So in recent times, coming up to 1 year now, I meet some of the men and I say, wow, they sorted out with the pension already. They watching on the ground, Mr. Pay like if they money lose. I say, no, you're supposed to get a pension by now. And then you hear men saying all kind of things now. Like one, say how they vote them in hard, so they go vote them out. And they knowing that they in for one term, they setting the stage to enrich themselves. And we will get into that. Mr. Pay, what are you saying?
The NDC as a political party always come up with some very impactful lies. Always come up with some impactful lies. Sometimes people don't go back and look at I like patterns. I like to, you see somebody do something and I say, well, when we was going to school and this man get mango, the man, if he get 6 mango, he hiding and he sucking all, he's a greedy man. So no, I don't surprise he go and do something. Always go back and look at patterns. Remember what the NDC did in 1990. Remember what they did in 2008, 2013. They have a history of telling lies. It doesn't mean that all politicians must be accused of exciting the truth or telling lies. But the National Democratic Congress seems to plan. They come together and they plan lies. And that is why these lies are so impactful and serve as a law. So they sat down in an office and planned to go out and use an elderly person to advertise a program to raise the fee to $400. They plan to deceive the Imani because Imani is one of the group the NDC dislike the most.
Yeah, they beat up on these people.
Why? I believe because the Imani is so successful and the idea doesn't come from them. So they bash this Imani program mercilessly, hoping for it to fail. It did not fail. When they come, they dismantle it. They change the name. Immediately in 2013, the government employed over 3,000 individuals. I have interviewed maybe about 50 people, about 6 or 7 of them on air in the Imani program. I've not heard one with a sad story. I've not heard one. It's because the NDC bashed this program so passionately and mercilessly. There are some success stories in the Imani that would not even tell you there was a Imani. Some of them are teachers. Some of them been to university. Some of them one of them is a doctor. Start up in the Imani program. So no, this success story is staring them in their face. In the last election, they apologized to them. They say we made a political mistake when we fired you the last time. We would not fire. We're going to make all you permanent. Well, that serves as a shocker to a lot of NNP. These people, how are you going to make them permanent when these people are in a transition mode? I like to call it a holding area, because the Imani program provides an opportunity for individuals to get a second chance, an opportunity for individuals to go to further their education, an opportunity for individuals to get work experience, an opportunity for individuals' spirit not to be daunted, an opportunity for people who cannot enter the job market to provide an income from them so the dignity would not be thwarted, an opportunity to make individuals more competitive in the job market. I considered it as the best program that has been instituted in Grenada in the last 100 years to address the challenges that young people have of being competitive on the job market. Other countries in the Caribbean admire the program, but the NDC attacked this program so mercilessly that even today, in the vengeful state, they believe they must go after them. I appeal to the parliamentary representative who feel justified in changing side. Yes, caller, welcome.
We lost.
Sorry, caller. Caller, please call back. I appeal to the parliament. Yes, caller. Go right ahead.
I call back again, huh?
Yeah.
I heard on the news an issue where a public servant was brought before the Public Service Commission to answer charges relative to the exposing of the fact that they hired Simmons and that other guy, I think you just call him Django or something like that, as advisors in the Ministry of Sports. A lady was brought before the Public Service Commission for that piece, for exposing that to the public. You know.
And I think she won her case.
She was exonerated. But even if a public servant tell the public what is actually going on and a thing like that, shouldn't it be the government responsibility to tell the people that they hire advisors to the Minister of Sport? And you have two advisors in one ministry for what reason? What you need advisors there for in the first place, I don't know. But that's the kind of nonsense that is going on in this country, you know. Take care, gentlemen.
Yes. So the government now have these imanis and they believe they have to go after them. Why? Why? You cannot acknowledge that you were wrong. You promised these individuals that you're going to make them permanent. Immediately after the government won election, they had a meeting with some of them in Grenville. And they informed them that those who over 35 will have to go. The sister they were speaking to, one of the sisters in the meeting was 36. They told her you will get your letter in January, in December, because you wouldn't come back in January. Now, how could you find a people to do that? Governments doesn't do these things. I have been doing my own research in the Caribbean. And I find no political party in the Caribbean that have chronic hostility towards the people in the lower income group, the elderly, the physically challenged, and even disadvantaged children. Even if the NDC restorative justice policy is going after people with green blood, what disadvantaged children have to do with that? Children in the school, you know. Lower income group, children in the school. This government policy is disadvantageous to children in the school. Look at the sister in Union. She gave a telephone number. How could a government stoop so low? She gave us telephone number. She called. Her mother called. She said, come and investigate the case. What more cry you want than that? I hope, as I was saying, I hope the sister that decide to cross the flow don't sell out the Imanis. I hope and pray you don't sell out the Imanis. You have the individuals in Kareku who the very said government that you gravitating to now take back the houses that was given to them, that you gave to them. You was the line minister. Don't sell out the Imanis. Over 3,000 of them in the system. Don't sell them out. I appeal to you all. And sometimes it's so difficult to understand this present government policy. And I know I've been speaking to a number of moderate members of the National Democratic Congress. And they are bewildered, they're baffled, they're embarrassed, they're ashamed. It's difficult to defend the NDC policy. The NDC seems to be preoccupied and concerned with filling the shopping bag. Whether it is by the massive escalation in traveling, over $1 million is spent already for traveling. I do hope they would have the guts to give us the correct amount. How much money they spend on traveling. I understand they travel with a spouse. Woman go with man. Man go with the woman. Man go with the man. They're traveling with a spouse. One sister, she have to tell me who pays your trip. If it's the government that pay her trip to England and pay her trip to America, because I don't know if she go on government business, she must tell us that. So that is the challenge of the political party we have, and the gross insensitivity that they display towards the people in our country that needs them most. And when that starts by a government, imagine the government of the day sets the template. They set the policy. So you expect to see greater hostility, aggressiveness, and insensitivity to the physically challenged, the elderly, the disadvantaged children in our street. I always remember the men that was stoned in the land. And one man from St. Patrick's that was chopped up had a cut from his ears to his mouth. A telephone, you call that. His hand and his legs. And he said to me, even the police abandoned him. Even the police abandoned me. He's about 80 years. It's about 80 years. The government's supposed to be the one who set the template. When you have a government that is so disrespectful, arrogant, hostile, and practicing political vengeance, the government has not come out and explained to us what they mean by restorative justice. You know. Not even Theo Balton Raud could help us with that, you know. He said baffled for himself, you know. I don't know if Mr. Tillman Thomas is going to help us with restorative justice. Perhaps we could ask Tillman Thomas. Uncle Tilly, we have no choice. Watermelon flour, Uncle Tilly.
Yeah, watermelon flour.
We want one of the journalists go and ask Uncle Tilly what he understands by restorative justice.
You want to know?
Because the Prime Minister, Dick Mitchell, said about 3 weeks after election, we campaign on a policy of transformation. But it is not so much transformation. It is more restorative justice. Uncle Tilly, I'd ask me partner Willie, but I think he radicalized. So we have to radicalize. So I think we have to appeal to Tilly and other moderate members of the National Democratic Congress.
You could have the realignment guy too.
Well, the realignment guy, if you hold him, you have to ask him. I see he make a new word, realignment. We have to ask, we have to try to get individuals. I know some of them are embarrassed because they're trying to change word. But the government is grossly, the National Democratic Congress are underestimating our public. I don't know if you believe, because we had some established journalists, they alone that was able to pass information. But they're grossly underestimating the freedom of the press. Dr. Kit Mitchell liberalized the telecommunication system in Grenada. We have a lot of radio stations and a lot of radio personalities. And I don't think they fear people. And we have a history where over 3,000 people was in prison in Grenada. So you know Grenadians don't really afraid people. So I think the Deacon Mitchell and the other 9 members are grossly underestimating. You can get away, you could run, jump high, jump low. You must answer question. Unless you want a school child ask you what is restorative justice. But I believe maybe parents, you should ask your children to Google and see what it means.
Yeah, because they have tablets.
They have tablets. Because restorative justice in its practicality, its workability according to Maurice Bishop, its implementation, deconization style is political vengeance and victimization. And I think this is really unacceptable, and it could contribute to serious deterioration in the country. And you're free to pick up a telephone and give us a call. We hope that we have not been preventing you from calling. We take calls on this program, and we want to hear your views and opinion.
We'll take a break and take
we have a break now?
Yeah, news coming up.
Yeah.
So we have a break and we have the news.
All right.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. I say we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear.
and you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. How you move when you're moving. Which direction you going. You got to be careful. You got to be careful, careful.
Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk. Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
In your search for happiness, you got to leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. With what you do and how you're doing it. If you do, when you're doing it.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, inset screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back. Locally, people in Carriacou and Petit Martinique no longer have to wait months to obtain their driver's license. The island now have their own licensing unit. It's another campaign promise fulfilled by Minister for Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs and Local Government, Honorable Tevin Andrews. In the region, in Trinidad and Tobago, scrap iron dealers want collaboration with the government. We get more in this report.
The Trinidad and Tobago Scrap Iron Dealers Association wants to work alongside the government to grow the industry. This according to the association's heads. During a press briefing in Tobago on Wednesday, they said the focus is being placed on recycling.
To widen the harvesting opportunities, to now include cloth, which could be washed, sanitized, and then baled for sale within Trinidad and Tobago. The FAO is developing a project in conjunction with the University of the West Indies to be able to utilize food waste from the dump to be able to be converted into animal feed via black soldier flies. And we in the TT CEDA and the transition team are committed to working with all the agencies to bring these wonderful ideas.
The association's Tobago members said high cost of scrap iron transactions is a challenge for them. President Alan Ferguson said there are plans to change their name to include recyclers. He called for Tobago scrap iron dealers to collaborate as regulations are soon to be implemented.
From November, every single van collector had to get a license. And a license not going to be easy for you to get. And if you don't come and try to understand what we need to do, then you will be in trouble and you will be left out. Because number one, the material storing by your house, you weren't able to do it. Material storing in a yard or backyard or what a company in front without a license, you weren't able to do it.
The TTC president also renewed his call to meet with the chief secretary to discuss support for Tobago's scrap iron industry.
Around the globe, Trump indicted on federal charges over classified documents. Here are the details.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump was told to show up at a federal court next Tuesday in Miami as he faces a second indictment, this time over his handling of classified materials after he left the White House. And this marks the first time in American history a former president has been indicted on federal charges, adding to his legal troubles as he runs for president again. The indictment remains under seal. Sources say Trump faces at least 7 criminal counts in the federal case. However, Trump lawyer Jim Trusty told CNN charges include conspiracy and obstruction of justice, among others, and that he expects to see the charging document by Tuesday when Trump goes to court. Trump, who leads the GOP in the polls, targeted the Biden administration in a video posted on Thursday on his social media platform.
I'm an innocent man, I'm an innocent person. Our country is going to hell, and they come after Donald Trump, weaponizing the Justice Department, weaponizing the FBI.
Around 100 documents bearing classified markings were recovered from Trump's Palm Beach home last August. The Justice Department was looking into whether Trump unlawfully removed them when he left office in 2021 and whether he or others tried to block the government's investigation. On Thursday, reporters challenged Joe Biden about the Justice Department's independence in relation to the case.
And in sports, Cricket West Indies senior men's selection panel announced that Johnson Charles has been named as a replacement for Gudakesh Moti in the 15-member squad for the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup Qualifier tournament to be played in Zimbabwe, starting on Sunday, 18 June. This ends the latest bit of news. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. 91.5 Real FM got you covered.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Make money, make money, 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 make money, money.
$3,000 every week for 3 months.
What?
Yes, it's the NLA's Crazy Cash Giveaway Promotion. Every week from April 11th to June 30th. 3 lucky Daily Games customers will randomly win $1,000 each week. Imagine winning as much as $36,000 in 12 weeks.
How?
Spend $12 in a single purchase on Daily Cash 4, Daily Pick 3, or Playway. Look for the words Cash Winner on your tickets to collect $1,000. The more you spend $12 on your favorite daily games, the more chances you have to win. Must be 18 or older to participate. All prizes must be collected by July 7th, 2023. Other terms and conditions apply. See stores for details. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Make money, 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 make money, 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 money.
Welcome to your community data. A conservation and environmental advocacy organization invites applications for short-term positions. Individuals who are interested in conservation and the environment, including eco activities, environmental tour guiding, kayaking, bird watching, and trail hiking, are invited to email prandoco473@gmail.com or call 473-419-2852. Please note that this short-term opportunity is available for individuals that resides in and around St. Patrick.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. One-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry, just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So maybe I repeat it. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging, now we and I did one week. Prophesy to the country. Streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. This is my humble petition. Announce the date for election. Go now, please. Accidental death.
Welcome back again, folks. Igwe.
As Mr. Thomas in the clip say, when you are elected into office, you become the trustee. Now, there is a lingering conversation, Mr. P. And that lingering conversation about the CBI. Now, it is not my view, or has it ever become my view by adoption, but some commentators, as how they put it, the street believes,
Chatters in the street
believes that the recent development of the visas to Canada has some implication on the CBI. CBI had some implication in that. So I asked a gentleman, why you keep saying that? He said, look, Master Carl, America, Canada, the countries they ease up the visa on. Once you have a American visa, you could rock and come in. And he say school children mention that in a particular discussion with the State Department, I don't know, that it is suggested, information suggests, that when the State Department spoke of the CBI, a particular Prime Minister say, you can't tell us how to run with it. And the State Department replied, that is a paraphrasing that, you could run it how you want, but we could treat it how we want. So the man say maybe that is, but I don't know. That is not my view, but that is a view expressed. Now I say all that to speak about the CBI. And we hope to make $83 million from Section 10 and $111 million from Section 11 to finance the budget. We had to sell 554 passports in Section 10 and about 2,200 passports in Section 11 based on the amount of money you need to be made and the amount of passports need to be sold. Let's see.
Call on the WhatsApp. Hello.
Yeah, morning.
Morning.
I've been waiting a long time. Yeah, I'm very disappointed with Mr. Pierre. I must say, very disappointed with Mr. Pierre. Mr. Pierre, morning to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
I noticed that you were very instrumental in getting the Prime Minister to fire the Minister of Finance. And up to this point, all the discussion we've been having this morning, I haven't heard you calling on the Prime Minister to fire the Minister of Health. And I wonder why. Are you in collaboration with him? Thank you.
Well, you see, sometimes... Yeah, I agree. You see, sometimes you could ask... Sometimes individuals do things that is so dumb. You have to take time to wonder who are the advisors. Because I believe the Minister of Health, at one time, 2 o'clock in the morning, we heard the Minister of Health was in the hospital.
So you do too well.
And one of the nurses panicked because it seems he was making an official visit 2 o'clock in the morning. One of the nurses say you should send him in the pathological annex because he's looking for the spirit of Maurice Bishop. So it is troubling. And then when I look at the slate of individuals that this Prime Minister is left with, and I know they plan to go right down to the bottom because they're using the government coffers as if it's a supermarket. So I believe I'm trying to appeal to the moderates in the National Democratic Congress to speak up. Because, yes, you could fire the Minister of Health. The Minister of Agriculture is a waste of time. What you going to do with the Minister of Agriculture? And then you have the Minister of Mobilization and Restorative Justice. I'm asking to disband this ministry. So you have a bunch of neophytes. And then you have the Prime Minister who believe he could sell passport and then he could stamp the passport that he sells. This is a lack of scruple. So I had to resort to
all level of scruple.
Bernard Code statement, lack of institutional learning, youthful exuberance, but they are not youths, they most of them over 40.
Inexperience.
And arrogance and vengeance. So, I want the minister, I'm happy that he fired the Minister of Finance.
You have to fire the health now.
But now, you don't know if he's to fire the whole team. And next thing, we have this sister who crossed the floor. And I'm asking her not to sell out the Imanis. So you see the dilemma this country is in. It's in real trouble. So we have to constantly appeal to the moderates. Because there must be moderates in the NDC that perhaps could hold an audience with the Prime Minister Dick Mitchell. The Prime Minister is running away from the very journalist he claimed that was objective. Dr. Bob and the photogenic one. And now he is running 2 journalists and radio personalities that he didn't want to go by. Well, bipeds of one plumage amalgamate. My grandmother say, monkey can't hide the tail for long. When you're young and you get out of hand, they make you go and rub your tail. They say, rub back your tail, it's coming out. So the Prime Minister of Grenada, I think he's leading down Grenada the wrong trajectory. And I hope that the moderates in NDC, you must have moderates. And don't tell me all of you all expect to take your shopping bag and go in the government supermarket. So appeal to the government.
That is why Mr. Pierre need to touch on this particular topic. Now, 2,754 passports should be sold to realize the amount of money that the CBI will contribute to financing the budget. Now, you have some questions we must ask. So, laying the groundwork, Mr. P. To become an agent, Mr. P, a CBI agent, you have to be vetted. The CBI committee have to recommend you to the cabinet. The cabinet have to give final approval. And all agents are gazetted. Standard operating procedure. Mr. P. The CBI agent are the ones who have the link with investors. So the investors link with the agents to apply for the citizenship. You understand? So listen where I'm going with this thing now. Now you have something what you call beneficial ownership, Mr. P. Now, beneficial ownership means a person who ultimately has the right to some share of a legal entity income or assets or the ability to control its activities. Now, the Honorable Prime Minister company is still listed on the CBI website as a CBI agent, although the Prime Minister removed his email address, Mr. P. Because you see, these things...
Deceiving the public.
Mr. P, listen. So, one, where can we find, Mr. Prime Minister, the evidential document to prove that you're no longer a CBI agent? Because the thing is, you, cabinet chairman, you set how the CBI run. You, Minister of National Security, you sign off on every passport. If you don't agree to give somebody, you don't get in. And you as an agent.
Chief cook and bottle washer.
What was the timeline? Or when did you remove your email address from Mitchell and Partners Inc.? Because that is some very important questions, you know, Mr. P. The question comes now, Mr. P. How out of that 2,700 passport, how much passport have already been sold for this year? How much passport you sign off on for this year? How much passport did you sign off on for this year where Mitchell and Partners Inc. was the agent, CBI agent? Could you be trusted? Have you given the Grenadian public the comfort that you could be trusted or words uttered by you? No. The public say you don't lie. They can't believe you. So even if you just say by word of mouth that you're not an agent, we need the evidential document. When will you remove or ask the Minister of Finance to recuse himself of being an CBI agent? When will you ask Ms. Andrea Senbonner, an envoy, advisor, board member, to recuse herself from being a CBI agent? And if so, when? Mr. P.
And that's one of
I grew up with my grandmother, and she used to always say, "Why thief don't like to see thief with long bag." Mr. Prime Minister, school children is saying or suggesting that the Minister of Finance was left out from the trip to Dubai. is there any truth to this? Or simply put, is it a case that you remove your email address from the website because you barely full up already, you get enough on that 2 trip already? So Big River full up, the small ravine get a little water now. Because you see, these are important questions, you know, Mr. Pierre. Because Mr. Tillman Thomas, a founding member of the Congress, always talk about good governance. So Mr. Tillman Thomas, I want you to find out from the Prime Minister, is he a beneficial owner of Mitchell and Partners Inc.? Mr. Pierre, what say you?
Well, one of the challenges we have is the lack of scruple, the lack of decency. I take this word common decency from the Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Affairs. He said common decency should dictate all of them in the foreign mission should go as soon as NDC win election. Very undiplomatic, discourteous, and disrespectful language and utterances. But if we have a CBI program, the international community will be observing that 3 heavyweights in this government is selling passport. And the Prime Minister is one of the heavyweights. And the final stamp, the final authority, the final approval is that of the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister have to approve his work, the St. Bernard work, and the Minister of Finance work. Where is the check and balance? Where is it? This is basic thing. This is conflict of interest in its purest form.
Integrity in public.
The Prime Minister is a lawyer. The Prime Minister is not Tevin and Joel. The Prime Minister is a lawyer, corporate lawyer. So he knows better. But because the National Democratic Congress believes as a policy that they must tie where they graze, say where the cow tie, they have to graze. They must tie where they must graze where they tie. They must graze where they tie. Yeah. Put it upside down. Yeah. That he has created this law that even serves as a magnet to pull individuals because they believe they go make money. You can't do that. When Grenada start with this level of apparent or perceived corruption at its highest level, what you expect going to go on at the lower level? Every member of the NDC go believe it's my time now. Time for me to grab. Time for me to graze where they tie me. So this is wrong. This cannot be right. This is unacceptable.
Mr. Pierre, listen, it's an upholder. It's a person who supports something that they think is right and make sure that it continues to exist. So the Prime Minister upholding that, the guy feels that is right.
But the Prime Minister can't do anything because if he decide he can speak to the Minister of Finance and that the Minister of Finance say, you're doing it too. You're doing it too. The St. Bernard woman will say, you're doing it too.
And then you're hearing school children saying from the grapevine that a particular advisor in a government ministry also is a beneficial owner of a company seeking contracts, security contracts, and cleaning contracts.
Why do you think the Prime Minister is hiding from the press? He's afraid they're going to ask him these questions. So so that's why he's hiding from
some press.
Right now he's hiding from those he promote.
No, those he promote, he has some interview do, they go hear them just now. The photogenic lady. And
well, this is unacceptable, and I think the Prime Minister is taking Grenadians lightly. He believes that he can't get away. You cannot get away with these things. At some way, you have to account for it. And I hope my little sister is not low in the belief that she could get away by abandoning the Imanis. You can abandon the Imani.
But I have one advice to the Prime Minister, Mr. Pierre. He should take notice of what happening to Donald Trump for playing fast and loose with the law. Well, my advice to you, Mr. Prime Minister, you're a lawyer, you know. Listen what happening to Donald Trump for playing fast and loose with the laws. Yes, Mr. Pierre.
See, my biggest worry is that, like, we're turning the hand of the clock back. When we accept all this level of rudimentary mistake, basic corruption, conflict of interest, we're bringing this country back. Because we moved from it already. Over the last 10 years, 2 terms, there was no significant issue, or no issue that I know of, where you could have pointed your fingers at the ministers or make fun. No glaring issue. And these individuals, all and sundry, seems to be opening up the door to a cesspit, a cesspool of corruption. From day one, the Prime Minister stated that if they don't get more money, they will be corrupt. Words to the effect. And we see the reckless manner in which they're tolerating traveling. And I think the purpose of traveling so regular is to generate income for the members.
So after one term, all of them pocket.
We look at the manner in which they're putting people on the board. Although the Prime Minister deceived the public in believing that he had over 1,500 people in 5 or 6 days that sent in their CV and line up to help him. I don't think he have 30 involved in the movement around, and some of them on different boats. We are hearing that they're selling furniture to themselves. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, caller,
Mr.
welcome.
Carl, how are you?
Morning, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm quiet for now.
Right. My call is this. I think more and more emphasis should be put on the average Grenadian people to educate. When you see people coming to ask for your vote, what you look for, what you look into them as their representative. Yeah? Because if we don't keep that close, contact with our people and educate our people in some at all level, I should say, that we will have these current mistakes of this nature keep coming at all the time. It's not who you know, it's not who is a nice guy, but who is qualified for the job. Yeah, what level of intellect, what is his background, he or she background, the whole thing. Just don't vote for the person because of that the person who represents your party or what. Look for quality representation. Yeah? Quality representation. And we don't, I'm still not seeing many of the Grenadian people listening. That's why this kind of, scenario will keep coming up and up all the time. The people need to set standard now, yeah? People need to set standard in life, what you want. And you must settle for the best. Yeah? That is what I have to say this morning.
Yes, Colin, I think that is so important. I think our people need to be more educated. What type of politicians we want? What standards we want? Because an individual stand on a platform and blatantly lie, then how could you take him? And individuals can't even help themselves. They're not married, they're 40 odd years, they can't even make up their mind if they want a man or a woman or if they want children. 40 odd years, they can't make up their mind. 40 odd years, they don't even have an income base. And because they have a long mouth and a big ass, we think they're a hybrid. So we put them in politics. And as soon as they reach there, they say, well, but we have to get money or we're going to get corrupt.
I mean, Mr. PLC, there's a certain school of thought, and it is believed that certain CBI businesses was redirected from one agent to another local agent. But what is mind-boggling and what is frightening, that investor is supporting projects in the constituency of St. David's, where the Honorable Prime Minister is the MP. And we know that the MP is the cabinet chairman. We know the MP is the Minister of National Security, sign off on every passport. And for a long time, even if he is not now, as he trying to make people believe, he was an agent. This thing is corruption. And you're not hearing the bastions of morality speaking. Like one person tell me, when the Congress lose the election, these people and them are waiting to hear what they go see, Mr. P. Because you're hearing a deafening silence from those people who used to speak on every issue there is during the last administration. But now they're conveniently trying to coin phrases like detoxification, realignment, and those things on them. But, Mr. P, you have a habit on calling on people, as the caller said. You called on the Prime Minister to fire the Minister of Finance, which he did. One of the callers tell you, when would you call for the Minister of Health? But what kind of questions would you ask Mr. Duncan as it relates to the CBI? With all these things are going on.
Well, my brother wrote a book on these public officers walking the street and now.
That book dead?
And it seems as though they get extremely silenced. And at one time he was the lead, advisor, leader, what term they use? The leads. Now he's still advisor in Ministry of Finance.
Well, you see some CBI big wigs.
And he brought back $10,000.
And some wine.
That was given to him and a bottle of wine. Maybe he didn't drink the wine.
But he never referred to the golden shovel.
But now we have the golden shovel. And we don't forget the shovel, you know. We have issues more pressing now than shovel.
Yeah.
But the government have to account for the shovel. I give the shovel and let it go to charity.
Yeah. Let the proceeds go to charity.
The proceeds have to go to charity.
Those people are going to take the
You cannot accept
from.
it. And after all these months, and the Prime Minister went to St. Patrick's, although you have 2 parliamentary representatives in St. Patrick's, and he asking for assistance from St. David's, from the project in St. Patrick's. The Prime Minister not even prepared to share what he gets between the parish. He played his game as a straight individual. I don't believe any of the ministers know clearly what the Prime Minister doing. I'm convinced.
They don't know.
They don't know.
I believe so too.
The ministers don't know. And that is why my sympathy goes to the Minister of Health. But I have no sympathy for Lennox, Andrew, and Dennis Cornwall. These 2 men are senior public officers that existed in the period of both structural adjustment program. And they are complicit, in my opinion, in the pile of lies that were told. So my sympathy would go to the Minister of Health, but not to the Minister of Finance and not to Lennox Andrew. They are the ones to provide guidance for Dick Mitchell. They should fear nothing. When you reach that level of intellect, don't tell me you're afraid. When you have that level of experience in the public service and you serve at the highest level, you should be able to counsel the Prime Minister that what he's doing is wrong. So these two individuals is just as guilty. I think they're complicit. I think the Apollo is worse than the thief. And I think these are the three master miners. The others are more show. The Minister of Health is not the one that had the lifeguard on him or something.
Yes,
so?
yes.
His antics.
He could
show. He's just show. He's a neophyte. Try to see how he could resurrect spirit and drama. So he has my sympathy. I think he is not getting proper instruction and proper guidance, and he don't know what the Prime Minister planned. But Lennox Andrew
ought to know.
And Dennis Cornwall, you all are two senior public officers. You all embarrassing the public service. Both of you work in finance, and you all meet a finance that was on a high. The people in finance was doing an excellent job. I had the opportunity to interact with them. I don't like to pay tax, but they were very professional. And I know all of them, highly motivated. Timothy and Twine come out from finance. So I do not have sympathy for Lennox Andrew and Dennis Cornwall. They are the two that have the ability to ask the Prime Minister to sit down, and they should explain the truth to him. Lennox Andrew and Dennis Cornwall. The other ministers are more show and antics, and I'm more sorry for them.
Taking out Peter and things.
Yeah, they're more show. But these two individuals owe this country. They owe the ministries. They owe the public service. They owe the rest of the Caribbean. They owe them to steer this corporate lawyer on the right direction. You could see definitely the Prime Minister has a thirst for money. Otherwise, basic rules would have tell him you cannot be an agent selling passport and stamping it. You cannot go in the United Nations and you arouse all the interest and love for Haitian and then fire them. You cannot go telling American diplomat that is how you want to run your CBI program. You have to be mad in one ears and blind in excess. You can't do that. Because you have to understand geopolitics. And then you could end up like a pawn in the game. You have to be more tactful than that. So Lennox Andrew and Dennis Cornwall, you two have the biggest burden to bear, because you're dealing with a group of individuals that they don't have the level of experience, qualification, or exposure like you have in the public service.
You're supposed to have more institutional
and you
knowledge.
said you had exposure. That's why you say affirmative, affirmative.
Exposure.
We have the exposure, affirmative. Yes. Lennox Andrew and Dennis Cornwall have the exposure. Yes, Scott.
So don't worry your head too much about empty treasury. Empty treasury. We in the NDC, we have the exposure.
Yeah. See the exposure.
We have had the exposure.
Claps.
Good. And we know what to do to find money.
All right, that is all I wanted you to hear, Mr. Pierre. Let's go to the...
Yes, he's correct. They have the exposure.
Let's take the call.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Mr. Pierre.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Carl,
hey.
who are the advisors to this new government? Who are the advisors?
Well, they have a lot of advisors.
It's looking bad, Mr. Pierre. Who are the advisors?
Well, they have so much advisors now, we don't know.
They need help.
They have advisor advising the advisor.
Prime Minister. Who are the advisors? They got to get around the table, sit down and discuss things and have a plan to come to the public and say to the nation, X, Y, Z. Not putting it on NNP. Everything goes wrong with NNP. That means you fail. So you have to do better than that. And Mr. Pierre, I have no excuse. Pastor, I have no excuse for the pastor. I know you like your Christianity, but I have no excuse for the pastor.
Christianity had nothing to do with my position
there. The pastor, you like to duck. But don't duck for the pastor. And don't give no bypass. What he's doing is foolishness, and we must pick it out and say what he does is foolishness. He is the minister of health, and he has to come to the people as the minister of health. When Mr. Steele used to come and talk almost every Tuesday, and people don't like him because of that kind of thing. But at least Mr. Steele used to show up and tell the people. Okay?
Yes, correct.
So, in Sister Delma, she should know better because she was the last kind of health minister inside it, so she could come forward and help out the guys inside it.
Well, it does seem they're keeping her close strongly. Yes,
before you go, Mr. Pierre.
Your caller.
No, go ahead.
Yes, the government have so much advisors, but they did not. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yes, my brother.
Who? You know, he had a lawyer from Paradise, Douglas.
Benson Douglas, man.
I don't know if it's no one, but he was a Douglas.
Benson Douglas.
All right. Well, before God called him home, you know he used to stay in Georgie shop.
Yeah.
And anybody want a lawyer, you go in Georgie shop and meet him.
Yeah, he was a poor man lawyer.
And you used to win a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Well, they can come in just now. Come in just now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see, the government has selected a lot of advisors, but not with the intention of advising anybody. It seems that they selected advisors to make a money.
Yeah, but most of the advisors they select, Mr. P, either they are their friends, their colleagues, or the family.
Well, yes, the purpose was not advice. The purpose was an opportunity
to give them money.
To give them a money. So understand they have an advisor to the government, the Attorney General. But the Attorney General have an advisor. And they say the Public Service Commission advisor, the head of Public Service Commission is an advisor to somebody too. And Ministry of Sport have 2 advisors. So they have a lot of advisors, but not really to give advice.
Mm-hmm. A school child say, Mr. Pierre, the Minister of Health should resign from being a pastor because pastors do not lie.
What? When pastors stop being human beings? When the Minister of Health, when it was circulating that 2 o'clock in the morning, the Minister of Health was paying an official visit to the hospital. He sent one nurse in a tailspin,
2 o'clock in the morning.
Another one director.
Seriously?
That they should send him to the pathological annex. He must be looking for Morris Bishop's spirit. So you understand the dilemma of this bunch of neophytes. I call on Lennox Andrew and Dennis Cornwall. They have the exposure. These were senior men in the Ministry of Finance. And they ought to know better.
They ought to have known.
They can't let money fool them. Dennis have to know
you think $2,000
that he have to disassociate himself from selling passport. You cannot be an agent selling passport and be the Minister of Finance. That is conflict of interest. That is opening the door to a cesspool of corruption.
Opening the Pandora's
Your name will be floating around in the dump yard. You cannot be that. So you either take one for the other. If you're making enough money by selling passport, then you look for clout and power by me being in politics. That was dumb. You should have stayed making money. So now you have to give up one of them. And you should account to the Grenadian public or the Integrity Committee.
Yeah.
What amount of money you made?
From selling passports.
From selling passport.
And how much your firm make?
From the time you should have abandoned it. And that money should be given to the treasury or to poverty.
Give it to charity.
You cannot benefit from it. Otherwise, you will be called a crook. I ask Grenadians to research Mr. 10%. Go on Google Mr. 10%. You either end up in Pakistan or you end up in Trinidad.
I have a good one again for you from a school child. You remember in 2008 when the NDC was in power, they had to get big strong men to raise the patients who had to do surgery because the elevator was not working for months?
Yes, say the elevator was wrong. Well, all hell broke loose between 2008 to 2013. And I always like an analogy that was drawn. When a man hungry and he eat his fingers, BJ say just know you're not placing the body to eat. During 2008-2013, the National Democratic Congress was selling assets. In fact, they sold 13 pieces of assets. I've done some research in the Caribbean, more in the OECS. And I know of no other political party or government that sell land that did not belong to them. The National Democratic Congress sold that which was not belonging to them. And they sold shares that they did not have the legal authority to sell. And again, I don't know if they sell electricity company yet, because the manner in which these groups functioning, they might sell it in the middle of the night. Because they don't feel bound to provide no explanation to people. They may well sell Grenada assets. They fired 30 workers in Grandma Estate, so I don't know if they're planning to sell the estate. Well, after that might be Montrich and Bellevue.
Yeah.
I think when NDC finish in the next 5 years and 3 months,
we badly wounded them.
The only asset that might remain is Nawasa. Companies might afraid to buy it.
So
or they might sell it. They will sell everything else. The NDC hand hot.
The hospital they planning to, I heard people say they planning to part with that area.
Yes, because they want to build a teaching hospital. And I think maybe we have to speak about that on next day for yourself. But what they need to do is to provide service for the people. So in St. Patrick's here, we should have doctors 6 days for the week, 12 hours for the day. We should have a dentist. We should have a psychologist. If more people is gambling, if you have more consumption of alcohol, if you have high unemployment, and you see the worrying sign of increasing violence, then we need to make psychologists more readily available. Psychologists or psychiatrists. I don't know this thing too much. One of them or both of them. To help our people. So you do preventative help, prophylactic treatment. So less people would have to go to Maryborough and St. George's, Princess Alice Hospital and St. George's. And you could improve major surgeries there because less people would go there. That is what the government need to do. The government don't need to build no teaching hospital. Sometime as soon as you build the teaching hospital, St. George's University closed down. You must understand what's going on in the international dynamics. Barbados is likely to attract more people studying for medicine because of air transport. St. George's University could dwindle and disappear. And what would happen to Grenada Teaching Hospital? Die. But by that time, the government and the other ministers that shopping in the government coffers going to turn millionaires because they will get a 10%. And I believe the main aim and objective why they're so interested in this mega project, because it is easier for you not to see where 10% go.
Yes.
Exactly. It is easier for them to be parasitic in that area with mega projects. But our people have the opportunity, and we're trying to provide the information for you, and you don't have to accept it readily. You could research it and discuss it. And then you can make up your mind what you want to do. Whether you want to keep this group there, whether you want to make them more accountable, whether we want to pray for them, or whether you want to demonstrate against them. But you must be informed first. Because you didn't believe our voices. You didn't believe the voice of the opposition. That is why you vote them in power. And we want to plead to the minister across the floor. Don't abandon the Imanis. You must know that the program, the NNP, this NDC, the program that the National Democratic Congress disliked the most, is one of the NNP best program to assist the people or the young people who are less competitive on the job market. Yes, caller, welcome.
Mr. Pierre?
Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to really sit by and let these people believe that they could fool everybody. You just have to let them feel they could fool everybody. There's an old saying, too much talk, wake dog in sleep. So let them feel that they could fool everybody, and you don't have nobody outside here, there, that knows exactly what was going on and what should be done. So let them think that they could just fool everybody. There are a lot of people out here that knows what was happening and what should be happening. So they feel they're fooling everybody, just leave them there, go ahead. Time. All they have now is nothing but time. Have a good day.
Well, we tried that already, and we end up with a sister that tell me she meets her boyfriend crying. And when she say to him, you're crying, he cuss her a word and he walk out and say, who crying? And 2 days after, she understand he lose his job. And that is one of the saddest stories I heard. It is sadder than the one who told me her boyfriend was making for Trinidad because he lost his job. And both of them was involved in the same job, but in different parish. And she was pregnant. And he said once he lose his job, he making for Trinidad. And he lost his job. I listened to her and spoke to a number of the 30 workers, some of them, who was fired from Granby Estate. I listened and saw the reaction and spoke to 2 of the individuals who was fired from the pest management unit. I've spoke to 2 individuals in the caregiving program, in the very constituency where the minister crossed the floor. And one of them say, I'm walking on ice. One tell me I'm 59 and they say, when you're 60, you go. Mm-hmm. And they told me 2 of others lost their job already, and the next one they tell us she in the red. This is the saddest stories you could hear from people who are working for $700 a month before NIS come out. Those are the sad stories. So it's easy to say, leave them be.
We'll take a break and then come back.
Yes,
for the final half.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Want to become a Pure Grenada Excellence Champion? Then there's 2 days of free customer service training sessions available in St. Andrew on Monday 19th June at Rainbow's Inn, Grambra, and Tuesday 20th June at Papa D's in Maribor with facilitator Mr. Eddie Frederick. Register now. Call 440-2001 extension 291 or email kjoseph@puregrenada.com or visit www.puregrenada.com/excellence-champion.
Hungry, anyone? You heard about it, and it's finally here. Velma's Restaurant and Bar, located High Street, Sateras in St. Patrick. They're open from 6 a.m. until midnight. Breakfast is available from 6 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. On the menu is roast bake, sawfish, and many, many mouth-watering items. Lunch is a close second, with items that can be grilled to your satisfaction. We have steamed fish and other seafoods too. For the health-conscious ones, we provide vegan and vegetarian dishes. Looking for something that will hit the spot? From 5 p.m. until close, come and enjoy our burgers and fries. At Velma's, we cater and host parties. We have an on-site bakery where you can place your orders for fruitcakes and other pastries. We also have local juices. Listen to Real FM for your daily menu to place your order in advance. Call us at 419-5622. That number again, 419-5622. Velma's Restaurant and Bar. Come eat lunch with us.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Renbec Community Partnership Initiative.
WASH, it's our water, sanitation and hygiene project whereby we seek to address some of the sanitation issues at our primary schools here on island to create comfortable washroom environments for our students and the staff in general and ensure that there is water available throughout. Thank you so much, Grenlec. On behalf of the Rotary Club of Grenada East, we are sincerely thankful for your sponsorship for making these projects a reality.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
They tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. How 2000 crack up over. They unleashed the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false papers crew. I don't need to talk close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So they plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging, oh, now we and I did one week. Prophesy to the country. Streets turn into rivers, then into seas. That's why I'm singing. Now this is my humble petition. And now the date for election. Go now, please.
Igwe, it's okay. You have an issue I believe we should touch. It has a lot to do with marketing board because we heard a lot about marketing board from since the 19th of July 2023, the Prime Minister made certain utterances about winding up MNIB. Then, as usual, they deceive the people by having what they call consultation. Because you see, this government have a track record of deceiving people, Mr. Pierre. And then today, you realize that persons from marketing board, I think, had some arrangement for pension with Surgical, where the individual will pay part and marketing board or government would pay part to Surgical. So you find the thing kind of wind up. Well, we don't know what really happened in marketing board right now, but we know it's not as it was. Certain people were sent home who lost their jobs and so on. And inside persons saying, well, the government is not honoring its payment to Surgical, which is a hindrance to persons receiving pension and so on. Adding to that, you remember there was one time when marketing board or whoever, the government of the day, was asking farmers to take a haircut in terms of take less monies. But even those monies has not been paid to the farmers. And you find the situation is one of a dire nature where finance is needed, Mr. Pierre. And you see, these are issues that is not politics, but moral issues, Mr. Pierre. Because you can wind up a company and your obligations, you can meet it. Like paying your portion to Surgical. And then you can have, you owe the farmers and you're speaking out agriculture, speaking out farming, and so on. That is not something that is comforting to a farmer or comforting to a worker in marketing board. And then you're hearing about some committee what was set up in marketing board and unfortunately the chairperson I think has transitioned to the great beyond. But you're picking up that person was in the banana ripening business, a direct competitor with marketing board. You hear one of the lawyers on the committee could be a lawyer from the firm of Mitchell and Partners. So you use all these things that Mr. Pay is like comforting to someone looking on, and it's not only about looking at it through a green lens or a yellow lens, but even though you look at it at a clear lens, it is foul and rotten to the core, and you ask yourself again, Mr. Pay, where are the custodians of morality? Because you would know, Mr. Pay, from experience that sympathy and justice is no friends. Anyway, justice enter, sympathy flees. So when you're hearing that, and again, the persons from the lower strata in society, because they look upon the farmers as nobody, they only use the farmers when they wanted to go on a consultation and use the farmers and tell them about pension and use the farmers to get a vote. Now that they secure the vote from the farmers, they're making it difficult. Because ministers didn't yet work when they get increase in salary. But you owe the farmers, even in some cases, less money than what you pay the ministers, and you're not paying them. But it cannot be about money, because your good friend Lennox Andrew indicated to the nation that they know where to find money. Even when they was rushing the bill, the Hoshimod bill, he said one of the reasons for rushing the bill was to unlock 26 million US thereabouts. So when you hear in these stories and them now, Mr. Pei, makes you wonder. There's also information to suggest that even the community people are working in the abattoir in Maryborough struggling to get the funds. So you have to see how important agriculture, because the abattoir comes under that, marketing board comes under, and so what say you, Mr. Pitt?
Well, I think members of the National Democratic Congress have to ask themselves, who sent Dickon? Why did he come? Whose interests he is serving? I think members of the National Democratic Congress in particular, and Grenada in general, have to ask the question, who sent Dickon? I said early, it is the first time I heard a successful corporate lawyer leave his successful profession, where he making money, and come in politics. And now more and more it appears he's a fake, or he come for a specific reason that the people who follow him don't know. I don't know if you remember on the question of marketing board, the MIT minister was saying that marketing board would not be disposed of.
Yeah.
He was saying marketing board would not be disposed of. I said very early that the consultation the Prime Minister had was a sham. He had already made the decision to dispose of marketing board. It was a sham. When the Prime Minister was shouting out, Bishop, 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 we need you, we love you, come and help you, that was a sham. The Prime Minister don't love Bishop. The Prime Minister is not a socialist. He don't have one iota of socialist principle or blood in him.
No.
When he went to Cuba, he was a fake, and he hugged up Daniel Ortega. He is not a socialist. And then all of a sudden, he's baby Jesus. And then he went to the United Nations and aroused the interest of Haitian, because Haitian have a special love for Grenadians because of Henry Khrushchev. And then the Prime Minister got rid of the 15 Haitian. And he must have stunned Haitian and Haitian loving supporters all around the world. From the time that happened, we have some Haitians in Grenada now that one or two individuals in the construction industry is taking advantage on. They never used to treat them so before, but now they're threatening them. And I appeal to Deacon to salvage some semblance of pride and decency in you, in the name of Henry Khrushchev, and give these people stay in Grenada. They have been in Grenada, some of them more than 2 years. Give them stay in Grenada. So the Prime Minister's attitude in marketing board, maybe he have a deal in it, and he expect a 10%.
So quid pro quo.
I am under the impression that marketing board deal and the attitude to sabotage the source of industry by letting the scaly insect take root,
run havoc,
so the government can manage it, and then one person go volunteer to manage it, and they go take over marketing board and pest control in Grenada, while they become the largest exporter of sauce up in Grenada. The Ministry of Agriculture refused to meet the source of exporters. And some of them was a shock, you know. And most of them jumping up for yellow. And on nearly 1 year, they refused to have a meeting with the source up exporters while they continue to sabotage the source up industry. And the scary disease insect, reaching paraclete now, the holy comforter, Ion Croton is spreading in Coot. And I told you it would spread because you cancel the management, the pest management. So the government closed down marketing board and the open marketing board. And I don't think any one of the ministers, including the Minister of Agriculture,
you don't know how going.
Don't have a clue what the Prime Minister plan is for marketing board, Grand Bay Estate, or the individuals in pest management. They don't know.
And
they're helpless.
And maybe they're afraid to ask.
Well, they're starting to get their money. Right now, they have their shopping bag shopping in the government coffers.
Mr.
They don't care.
Listen, this quid pro quo is a favor or advantage granted in return for something. So, are we seeing quid pro quo in marketing board?
I don't even think they bother you know that, All they study now, they could travel when they want. They could get our money. Yeah. They really don't care. They don't know, and they're not even trying to know. The Minister of Agriculture, you find him behaving as a Minister of Agriculture. He doesn't seem to have a clue. And he has been involved in pest management for half his life. He don't know what Deacon plan, so he just enjoying himself.
But character is like pregnancy and it's up here.
Mr. Tillman.
If that's the character of the person, you don't expect different.
Mr. Tillman Thomas, he say, eat a food go kill people.
Well, that means some might die?
A few of them will die because a few of them are eating food. Not the majority of Grenadians, not the disadvantaged children, not the women from Kariakou, not the road wardens, not the elderly, not the physically challenged, not the groundsmen don't eating no food. The wardens not eating a food is a few people. And I understand even secondary school children that in the assistant program
getting shaft
wouldn't eat a food. They're getting shaft. And the government now decide not to give the grades out. And I'm extremely suspicious.
What is the whole deal with that?
I'm extremely suspicious that there is no genuine reason except politics. No genuine reason. You don't change the rules of the game in the middle of the game. When you start to play the game, you don't change the rules. And that is what the government did. They sneak it in like a thief in the night so they could exploit the political benefits.
Even the man who glorifying the government in May Day, he wasn't aware.
Well, he's not a deep thinker. He's too angry. What happened to him? He's so angry, upset, and bitter. You see, when you listen to Prince, I hate too much. They just get bitter. So he's not a deep thinker. And that's the result of it. If he was a deep thinker, he'd have never speak this tautology on Mary. The union is supposed to show solidarity. Solidarity is one of the biggest principles of unionism. If you have a problem with a union, you engage them. Or you go to the TUC. But this outburst Mary was reckless. And it was basically...
It was vulgar.
It was basically because he believed he's an agent
baseless
of restorative justice. So now it dawns on him that he just a pawn in Deacon's game. He was just being used.
He gets played. He gets chained up.
You were paid, the teachers were paid money because the government behaves like a bully.
Have a good one for you again, Mr.
Go right ahead.
Do you know that local Grenadians have to get a license from a white man to import mangoes to the USA?
Well, I don't like the idea when people say a white man or a black man or a yellow man. Maybe a expatriate, a foreigner or something.
No, we don't.
But
Caucasian origin.
it is who the government give the monopoly.
Yeah.
And that is where we're concerned about. Maybe that is why the government is not meeting with the source of exporters.
Yeah, they don't want to answer.
They've been begging for a meeting for just under a year. And the government refused to meet with them. And that is why the government is destroying marketing board and destroying the Grand Bay Estate and contributing to the escalation or the spread in the scaly insect disease, how you call it. So they could give the monopoly to who they want. It's easier for them to get a 10% if a foreigner have the monopoly. This is the government you have. And then they quoting Bishop.
Bishop.
Government is a fake. They quote using Bishop. They using Bishop. Morris Bishop. Morris, we love you.
We need you.
Morris, we need you.
But
They only use Bishop.
Morris birthday passed this year, not a song.
They only use Morris Bishop. Or you could quote Morris Bishop and then you close down marketing board. You want to sell electricity company. Socialist countries don't do that. The foreign policy of the government is a 10% foreign policy. They just want to take our money. They just want to shop in the government coffers.
What you follow the money, it is clear.
It has nothing to do with the people in the lower economic strata. It has nothing to do with education. The government not so interested in tourism. Ever the government make any big issue about tourism? The government not interested in infrastructure.
The only thing the government interested in is CBI.
And the government foreign
CBI.
policy is questionable.
Eat a food street.
So what kind of government is that?
I eat a food government.
But that is what we did. And that is why I say we must be more knowledgeable about the policies of a government.
Yep.
What is the policy of the government? You may not agree with the individual minister's action, the attitude, the language they use, but the policy of the government is important. Whether the government is interested in expanding scholarships, so my children and your child could get a scholarship. Whether the government is interested in housing, the government take back housing.
Yeah, and on the campaign trail, you say that they will do 500.
Well, if you're building 500 houses per parish, that is 2,000 houses in 4 years. Why are you taking back house? And here the government policy on house. The people must be able to maintain it and keep it at good status. So the houses the government is building is not for the poor of the poor.
No, not for the lower.
Now where they get this government and then? Where they get this individual that we put at that level?
That was someone's flowers planting.
And garbage picking up.
No, I think
everybody
it's
everybody want them contract for garbage now.
It's a sad day.
Breaking dustbin.
The advisor one contract. The police one contract for security.
All them bridge in Grenada breaking.
The government decide to share this thing among a few of them.
Road fixing.
And people have to understand the National Democratic Congress
Pressure tablet.
always have a policy
Sugar tablet.
that is not sensitive
Yeah.
towards people in the lower income group always. That is why you fire the money. That is why you reduce the elderly from home.
But with all fairness to the Prime Minister, the only thing in his Prime Ministership so far what he said was true was restorative justice.
They
Guys,
doing
it's
that.
not about transformation. We only campaign on that.
They doing that.
But it's more to do with the restorative justice. And all the actions of this government disappear. You see in restorative justice.
But that's what
they call it different names at certain time.
Realignment,
detoxification. But it's the same thing. Whatsoever name you call it by, it comes down to restorative justice. And that's what's sad.
That's why they
Well,
fed
you
the
just done
press.
from the Minister of Finance today, Igwe.
Huh?
Look, you just done from the Minister of Finance.
Yeah, I have a thing from him there. Let me get a thing from him now.
When you make the big promise in the campaign, you have to always remind him of that thing.
He said there is no need.
And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
He drink a rivers and he
But they give the deputy commissioner a contract. There's no room for you go make everybody permanent. But they give the deputy commissioner.
As Coach Charlie saying the people on contract, the NIS don't get paid. Is that so? You guys know anything about that?
But you know, well, NIS is the next case for the government.
Okay. And next on to buy out the
Talk about the NIS for itself alone. That is a challenge we have, and we have to constantly seek information, and that's one of the reasons on this program we play a lot of clips, because the tendency is for the NDC activists to say we are not speaking the truth.
Yes.
Yeah,
so that's why we constantly play the clips. That's why we constantly challenge and dare them to call. That's why we use facts. That's why we use all this reference point and go back in history. So you listening to us, know that what we're telling you could research it. When we play a clip, you could go back and listen to the entire clip.
Yeah, you go and watch the whole program.
And it's very important. And maybe that's a new standard that we raise. Individuals who want to enter in politics, I firmly believe you should get a life first.
Yep.
You don't have a child, you're afraid to even settle down with a woman. You don't mind no pig, you don't have no business, you don't have no source of income.
You're paying a bill.
You want to go in politics to get free traveling.
You can't even paint.
Your spouse
You can't even paint.
Your spouse afraid for you to go away without them. So government has to provide for you and your spouse to travel. And the sister who crossed the floor, you have to tell us who pay for your trip to England and United States of America. You have to tell us that. And I know you will voluntarily tell us because you're squeaky clean.
Yeah.
You're safe. You're not like this Sina here who have things in his closet.
As Coach
Not like this chief of Sina.
You ever see a man hold a rolling brush wrong?
Yeah, he upside it down.
Go on the Prime Minister page.
Yeah. Once he run from holy water by the bill. Yeah, you don't custom doing that. You don't have to do that. You're not a painter.
You can tell by the way you hold it.
Well, you're not a painter. You hold it. You know, if you
everything they try to make him cut some wood at time.
Yeah,
they cut it through papi show. They try to make him play like a marble.
Yeah.
I don't think he would even suck
It's a fake.
wood.
It's a fake.
You're fake.
Yeah. When you see, you have to fight the fake. You know, and you don't need to do that. You're a corporate lawyer. You didn't grow up in agriculture and
We
the
know
field
that.
and etc.
So I don't see why he's
Everybody
trying to do that. Just when my team on a boat fishing.
He was on boat.
He tried that already.
He ride boat.
Fishing.
No, but he tried. We just didn't get the footage, but I believe he tried and he
Tried to
didn't
see
work
if he go
out.
that
He didn't work
fish.
out good, so he don't post that. He hold long that picture and then he tried.
Here's the excuse that will be made. The excuse that will be made is it's a lot of money. Well, Grenadians deserve a lot of money. Yes.
Final 3 minutes, guys.
The-
Hold on. We have a call.
Yes, let's take that call.
Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
All these people that them could do is lie real good, though. The most important thing they could lie good.
All right, thank you.
Have a nice day. Morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, good morning.
All right, so far I can get the cocoa and stuff.
He asked if somebody got the cocoa and
I
stuff.
can get the
Park
disease,
it.
Mr. Pierre.
Oh yes, we have it in the court now.
Try to control it, though.
Well, I don't know. Once a year, you take the flowers in the curtain because they had closed down the whole management process.
We know that, but try to control it in park. It will spread out to more.
It will spread like wildfire.
I'll be the one all the
Yeah.
All right, thanks, sir.
Yes, and While the government say they like a lot of money, but the government is cutting salary. Yes, scholar, welcome, and that's the last scholar. You have 1 minute.
Yes,
1 minute,
Mr.
punch.
Mr. Pierre,
Yeah.
if they put none instead of that Prime Minister, he go do better.
Well, you remember Archibald say Dundan and Wega trick us again? Because they said if we vote, we're going to get same pay like Trinidad. And after that, they say we don't get independence. And volume 2 steel ban went up on Paul's airport and celebrate. And when Gary come, he said we have independence in the bag. They said Dundan and Wega trick us again. Thank you very much.
You good?
Yes, man.
All right, we're done for the day. Folks,
You
see you on Sunday.
You have to give them the anthem before you go on.
You want to give them the anthem?
Yeah, the people demand that, man.
You tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw.